Chapter 125. Bringing the three new acquaintances to the east gate of Cloud City, he could already see the large number of girls in front of the East Gate Tavern. After a few steps, left-hand right love also noticed them. He pointed at them and said, "Damn, what a bunch of chicks. What kind of lame phrase is that?" Gu Fei mumbled, but couldn't help but look at love left-hand again. Logically speaking, a gay man shouldn't be looking at a group of girls like this. It's more likely that he would sigh and say that the Han family young master is the best in the world. Could it be that I've made a mistake? Love left hand and handsome right hand are innocent. Glancing back, he saw the two whispering to each other. No matter what, if he couldn't find an ambiguous relationship between the two, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. As he walked closer to the group of girls, Gu Fei was startled. There were familiar faces. "Lower Willow, you're here too." Gu Fei greeted Miss Lower Willow. Ever since she joined Cloud City and was introduced into Amethyst by Gu Fei, the two hadn't seen each other since. At most, they would occasionally greet each other, saying, "You there? Yeah, I'm here," and other nonsense. Gu Fei glanced at the member list of Amethyst in his free time and found that the girls' level was rising very quickly. As expected of someone from Moonlit Night City, she knew that strength was the most important thing. She was originally only level 20, but now she was a high-level character in Amethyst. Even Gu Fei, who was also level 39, suspected that she was a bit higher than him. Her body was still as thin as ever. On a man's body, it would be a piece of rib, but on a woman, it was the so-called bony beauty. She smiled, "I heard that you're bringing a party to level, so of course I want to follow you." Gu Fei laughed, "What party? It's just hard work." Wasn't that so? Yesterday at the level 50 training area, Gu Fei had to do everything meticulously from luring monsters to commanding the last hit. In between, he also had to deal with Lualua's healing spells. Other than the free fruits, Gu Fei didn't find any other benefits. Drifting and the other two were dumbfounded. He had heard that Gu Fei was going to train with a party, but he hadn't expected the party to be made up entirely of girls. This kid is too capable, isn't he? The three of them secretly gave him a thumbs up. He's a talent. Gu Fei didn't forget about the three of them. He pulled them over and introduced them to the girls. Drifting, love on his left hand and handsome on his right. The number 1 mage in the parallel world. He was one of the 5 great heroes of the ranking list. Drifting was still puffing out his chest, waiting to scream. In the end, the gazes of all the girls simply bypassed him and landed on right love on left and right handsome on right. They praised in unison, "Wow, their names are so cute." At this moment, the 4 men were like inexperienced youths, completely confused. Drifting waited for a long time, but the girls didn't ask him any questions. His left hand wrote, "Love," and his right hand wrote, "Handsome," but the girls had already flirted with him 100 times. Gu Fei pulled Luo aside and asked, "What's cute?" "What do you mean?" Luo explained, "Look, cute. Below the word, grass, there is a day and a month. The sun and the moon represent yin and yang, which is a man and a woman. So, cute is a man and a woman under the grass." "What's that?" "Adultery, of course. So, it's understood as adultery. It means that their names tell you there's adultery." "So knowledgeable," Gu Fei exclaimed. After living for more than 20 years, he finally knew that the word, cute, was a pictogram. "You 3, join the party." Luo invited the 3 of them. The 3 hurriedly joined the party. Drifting, the number 1 wizard in the parallel world and one of the top 5 heroes in the ranking board, was definitely not a simple character. However, in front of the girl who had been reborn as the purple crystal, he was bewildered like a mentally retarded child. How could he have the demeanor of a master? The power of a pure girl group was indeed worthy of its reputation. The party set off fiercely. Gu Fei saw that the girl who interviewed him yesterday had gone to left hand and asked, "Do you mind if I ask a few questions?" On Drifting's side, it was actually Ice Glaze who took the initiative to greet him. "Excuse me, are you the one on the mage ranking list?" "Yes, I am." Drifting was so happy that he cried. "Oh my god. Someone finally recognized me." In an instant, Drifting's demeanor as a master came back, and the scorching light of the staff in his hand lit up again. "How did you level up so fast?" Ice Glaze asked. Gu Fei heard that the question wasn't difficult, but it wasn't easy either. Anyway, it was enough for him to talk about it all the way. Drifting, you fell for him with one sentence. Where was your courage when you burned 5 people in the tavern?" But Gu Fei shouldn't be too proud. He was also being targeted. Luoluo threw a healing spell at him and shouted, "Join the party." "What are you thinking about?" They were already out of the city, but Gu Fei still didn't respond to Luoluo's invitation. At this time, Underwillow walked up to Gu Fei. "It's so hard to see you." "Really? You don't participate in guild activities?" asked Underwillow. Basically," said Gu Fei. "Why?" asked Underwillow. "I'm not used to it." "It's all girls," said Gu Fei. "What's wrong with that?" Underwillow looked at Gu Fei strangely. "Playing with so many beautiful girls is a chance that many people can't wait for." "I'm used to training alone," said Gu Fei. He had been saying this phrase for the past few days, and he felt that it was very pale. Underwillow didn't ask any more and changed the topic. "By the way, I saw the Savior of Cowards yesterday." "Huh?" "He came to Cloud City." "He didn't contact me." Gu Fei opened his friend list and glanced at it. "He wasn't online." "You weren't online at that time," said Underwillow. "Oh." Gu Fei was relieved. Savior of Cowards. Ever since Gu Fei left Cloud City, he kept in contact with him. This was because Gu Fei had promised to teach him Mantis Fist. There were many schools of Mantis Fist. The Savior of Cowards' decent moves belonged to the 7-sided Mantis Fist, and Gu Fei himself had studied the 6-sided Mantis Fist. These 2 schools each had their own characteristics, so their training methods and fighting techniques were also different. Although Gu Fei hadn't studied the 7-sided Mantis Fist, his foundation and aptitude were more than enough to teach the Savior of Cowards. However, Gu Fei was still responsible as a teacher. He specially went to Xinhua bookstore to buy a public version of the 7-sided Mantis Fist manual and read it carefully. He organized and added some VIP content that wasn't covered in these books and then sent it to the Savior of Cowards. After the Savior of Cowards received it, he didn't go online for a few days. Later, when he showed up, he told Gu Fei that he was practicing hard at home. Gu Fei really appreciated this attitude. It fully showed that the Savior of Cowards was indeed a fan. He immediately suggested that the Savior of Cowards come to Cloud City, so it would be convenient to teach him face to face. However, at that time, the Savior of Cowards was addicted to practicing fist techniques in reality. He didn't want to waste the more than 3 hours of travel time from Moonlit Night City to Cloud City, so this matter was temporarily postponed. At this time, hearing from Underwillow that this guy had already arrived in Cloud City, it seemed that he encountered something that he couldn't understand and had to ask him face to face. "It sounds like he's looking for you," continued Underwillow. "Yeah, I know." Gu Fei nodded. "What's the matter?" asked Underwillow. "Are all girls so gossipy?" laughed Gu Fei. Underwillow was embarrassed. He blushed and said, "I'm just curious." It wasn't a secret, so Gu Fei naturally didn't hide it. "Come over and exchange kung fu with me." Kung fu? Underwillow didn't understand. Mantis Fist. Gu Fei made a gesture with both of his hands. He looked at Underwillow again and saw that he was looking at an idiot. Sigh, this look was too familiar. Gu Fei sighed and said, "You might not believe me when I say this, but I know kung fu." "Oh, no wonder you're so strong." Underwillow had a face of realization. "You believed it so easily." Gu Fei was surprised. You're so good at PK, I have no choice but to believe it, said Underwillow. Teach me too, said Underwillow. You're also interested? Asked Gufei. Underwillow nodded. There's no harm in learning, right? It can make you stronger. Gufei glanced at her. She's too skinny. I really want to hold her in my hands and break her. This wasn't the first time he had this impulse when he saw Underwillow. It wasn't appropriate to use the word stronger on a girl. Underwillow immediately felt afraid. Gufei quickly realized that Underwillow was just playing around in the game. How could it have any effect on her body? He smiled and said, I'm just kidding. Let's study it together when we have time. Underwillow let out a sigh of relief. She quickly nodded. The group followed the route they took yesterday and arrived at the level 50 training area. Although the main city was different, the monsters in the training area were similar. Drifting glanced around and immediately saw that it was a level 50 training area. He was startled. Level 50. Fighting monsters with higher levels. Amethyst's girls had already been appraised by Drifting. In his eyes, their levels and equipment were quite pitiful. They definitely didn't have the ability to fight monsters with higher levels. As for that Qianli drunk, although he didn't know what that sword was, he was a mage with full agility. How much damage could he expect from him? Just as he was at a loss, Gufei came over with a smile and said to him, Number 1 mage. You can't even fight a monster that's 10 levels higher than you. Drifting understood. They came because they saw that he was here, so they specially came to fight monsters that were higher levels than him. These people didn't say it out loud, but it seemed like they really recognized his strength. Drifting couldn't help but feel a little proud. In fact, Drifting wasn't a vain person. It was just that this group of people ignored him, a top player, which he had never seen before. It made him feel a little empty. When a person felt empty, they needed to fantasize. Drifting imagined the reason why this group of people came to fight monsters that were higher levels than him. He fantasized along the way and felt that he was really awesome. He patted his chest and said, I'm here. Just wait and see. Chapter 126. The high-spirited Drifting began to take charge. After observing the surroundings and the spawn positions of the monsters, he ordered right love in left hand and right handsome in right hand to lure the monsters while he arranged the girls' positions. It was good that the girls knew their limits. Knowing that they weren't strong enough, they obeyed the instructions of an expert. They didn't show off, ask questions, or object. They were all well-behaved. Besides, Luoluo was also skillful. She often used healing spells to touch Gufei's body. Gufei looked at Luoluo expressionlessly. Luoluo looked back at Gufei meaningfully. In the blue sky, a group of otherworldly creatures flew south, everyone. Drifting shouted. Gufei was anxious. How could Drifting forget his friends when he was in love? He only arranged for the girls and didn't give him anything to do. He quickly flew over and stood in front of him. Brother Drifting, what about me? Where should I stand? Although Gufei liked to stab the monsters with his sword, he obviously couldn't do that in the sorcerer's training group. Since that was the case, he could only stand there like the girls and throw fire wheels from time to time. Drifting glanced at Gufei. Qianli, you can move so fast. Why do you need to stand there? The monsters can't catch you. Oh, you should go lure the monsters too. The more people lure the monsters, the faster the killing will be. Drifting smiled. Okay. Gufei nodded. It wasn't Gufei's personality to be afraid of the strong. Moreover, luring monsters was more interesting than standing there and throwing spells. Although Gufei had been diligently practicing his spells as if they were hidden weapons, there was clearly no such thing as a heavenly fire will hidden weapon with such a large area of effect. Thus, Gufei wasn't too interested in a few area of effect spells, which was the exact opposite of what an ordinary mage would think. With that, everything was arranged properly. Gu Fei and Lu Xia were in charge of luring the monsters to the east, while Left Hand Love and Right Hand Handsome were in charge of luring the monsters to the south. Amethyst's Chanu stood in 2 rows in the northwest, while Drifting stood at the top of the formation. "Let's start," Drifting said. The 4 of them began to move towards their respective targets. Their techniques were all different. Right Love with left hand and Right Handsome with right hand were very skilled at luring monsters. The cooperation between the 2 was even more intimate. One look and you could tell that they were born to do this. Not long after, they had finished dealing with the monsters in the south and pulled the train back. On the other hand, Gu Fei and Lu Xia's side were a stark contrast. There was no cooperation between the 2 of them at all. Moreover, this Lady Lu Xia seemed to have never been in a mage guild before. Her skill in luring monsters was extremely crude. Moreover, it was his first time facing a monster that was 10 levels higher than him, so he could not help but feel nervous. He ran too fast after holding 4 of them and lost 3 of them. When he turned around and wanted to lure them again, he ended up being surrounded by the NPC monsters. The person who was supposed to be luring the monsters ended up being lured by the monsters. Gu Fei really did not know what to say. He hurriedly turned around with his train and threw out a few fireballs, pulling over a few monsters under Willow's control, helping her out of her predicament. In the end, the 2 of them ran back with the monsters. On Gu Fei's side, it was still a train. On Lu Xia's side, there was only 1 monster behind her, so she was at most a hand-guided tractor. Everyone was sweating profusely. Lu Xia's face was also slightly red. She stuck out her tongue at Gu Fei in embarrassment. "The beauties are ready. The train is about to enter the station," Drifting said. The girls nodded and raised their staffs to summon the heavenly fire wheel. Drifting looked up and shouted in his heart, "Oh, my God." Gu Fei had completed the task of luring the monsters. At this time, he was observing the situation from the side. Drifting's bitter expression fell into his eyes. Gu Fei was very happy. "Boy, now you know how powerful I am." In the sky, the bright Olympic rings reappeared. They were dazzling and fluttering in the wind. If everyone's consciousness was the same and the spell was positioned 100% accurately, it was obvious that these heavenly fire wheel should be overlapping. Of course, Drifting didn't expect that everyone's heavenly fire wheel would be so accurate, but it was really amazing that they could put together such a pattern. He had practiced with rookies before, but he had never practiced with so many rookies before. Drifting was saddened by the scene, and when he gave the order, he sounded like he was about to cry. "Drop," the girls shouted murderously. The fire will fell. Just as Gu Fei had expected, this messy attack couldn't eliminate the monsters. Moreover, because of the appearance of the 5-circle wonder, the effect of this wave of attack was definitely within Drifting's expectations. Gu Fei had spells that could deal damage beyond his level, and he had good eyesight and accurate techniques from 20 years of practicing hidden weapons. That was why he could turn around and use the flaming 3,000 layers flames to save the situation. What would Drifting, who didn't attack with the girls, do? Gu Fei noticed that the situation this time was a little more complicated than the day before. Not only did the 4 of them aggroed more monsters than the day before, but after this wave of attacks, the monsters actually showed signs of scattering. Gu Fei knew that it would be too late if he didn't attack now, so he hurried forward and prepared to use his sword. However, Drifting's thoughts were faster than him, and he was closer to the monsters. In 2 steps, he had already stepped into the crowd of monsters. Gu Fei was stunned, and he swallowed the chant in his mouth. If Drifting rushed into the crowd and Gu Fei used his spell, wouldn't he be burned as well? What the hell was this guy doing? Gu Fei was anxious, and the girls also realized that the monsters were about to pounce on them. They also panicked. At this time, Drifting, who was in the crowd of monsters, raised the staff in his hand. Everyone heard his roar, "Red Lotus! Open!" There was a loud bang. This was the sound effect that could only be heard when a majestic fire was burning in the game. Flaming tongues blossomed around him like flower petals, and layers of waves rolled out one after another. The surrounding monsters were engulfed by the flames, and in an instant, they were burned to the point that not even ashes were left. Gu Fei, who had never been interested in area of effect spells, was stunned. This spell was too powerful. But what was more awesome was that Drifting's attacks in the parallel world not only didn't protect his teammates, but also himself. In other words, if you threw the heavenly fire wheel on top of your head, you would also suffer when it fell. At this time, Drifting was in the center of the red lotus formed by the flames. Would he still be alive? Did this guy sacrifice himself to help them? While Gu Fei was in a trance, the group of monsters had all been swept away, and the flames also disappeared. Drifting stood where he was. His robe, which had been blown up by the flames, slowly fell down, and the dazzling red light of the staff in his hand gradually faded away. Everyone was stunned for half a minute. Right Love in left hand and Right Handsome in right hand looked at each other, and a proud expression appeared on their faces. The girls finally reacted. They exclaimed in unison, "Wow, so beautiful." Drifting was stunned, and he looked lonely. Gu Fei couldn't help but sigh with sympathy. As a master, he often felt lonely because he didn't know how to appreciate beauty, especially in front of these girls. Drifting, just accept your fate. What kind of spell is that? The girls surrounded Drifting and asked him all kinds of questions. It's a skill on the staff, Drifting answered casually. Being surrounded by people to be admired was what he had expected, but it didn't happen, which made him a little disappointed. Now that he was finally compensated, Drifting was a little absent-minded. He was surrounded by the girls, but he looked out and looked at Gu Fei who was outside the circle. Gu Fei leaned on his sword with one hand and gave Drifting a thumbs up with the other. Drifting smiled and nodded to show his response. The leveling continued. Drifting's solution to the girls' 5-ring heavenly fire wheels was exactly the same as Yu Tianxinming's solution, draw a circle. Casting a spell at a fixed spot, of course, no one would miss it. For the girls, the problem was solved, but for the person in charge of luring the monsters, it was much more difficult. Also, because there were two groups of people luring the monsters, it was really a headache for everyone to get to the circle at the same time. Right Love with left hand and Right Handsome with right hand were now displaying the aura of an expert. He said to Gu Fei and Lu Xia in a very caring tone, "You guys just focus on what you're doing, we'll coordinate with your rhythm." "Thanks," said Gu Fei. Luring monsters was more important than Kung Fu. In this aspect, Gu Fei was just like an ordinary person. He didn't have any advantages. The leveling resumed. Gu Fei and Lu Xia focused on luring the monsters. On the other side, Right Love in left hand and Right Handsome in right hand observed Gu Fei's situation while skillfully luring the monsters. They took a stroll and finally arrived at the same time as Gu Fei's group. Under Drifting's command, several mages' heavenly fire wheels smashed onto the monsters in the circle. Drifting, like Gu Fei, chose to use Flaming Tree Thousand Layers Flames. Drifting could instantly kill people with area of effect spells in the tavern. He didn't need to trade such a powerful purple staff. From these aspects, it could be seen that Drifting's magic damage was definitely at an insane level. After the girls' heavenly fire wheels and Drifting's Flaming Tree Thousand Layers flames, the monsters were instantly killed. Everyone cheered. With this, the leveling could finally proceed smoothly. "Qianli, you won't have any fruits to eat today," a girl said to Gu Fei mischievously. "I'll get tired of eating them all the time," Gu Fei said. "It's okay. I'll give you a healing spell." Luoluo cast a healing spell. Gu Fei looked at Luoluo expressionlessly. Luoluo looked at Gu Fei meaningfully. In the clear blue sky, a group of otherworld creatures flew south. After that, their leveling was smooth. At most, Drifting performed Falling Clothes and Red Lotus a few times in front of the girls' passionate expectations. Drifting didn't say much about the specific details of this skill. Although the girls had a burning soul for gossip, they still had the qualities of an MMORPG player. Seeing that Drifting wanted to keep it a secret, they didn't ask anymore. However, after seeing Drifting perform it a few times, they more or less realized something. At least, this skill wasn't cast at a fixed location. Like Resistance Ring of Fire, it was cast from the character as the center. No wonder Drifting was in the center of the skill, but nothing happened. Apart from that, from the first time he used it, it could be seen that the damage of this skill was extremely high. Perhaps it was a piece of equipment that was above level, just like the Dark Streak sword. Gu Fei guessed. However, Drifting was level 41, which meant that there were only 4 people in the parallel world who could use appraisal to see his equipment. Therefore, no one knew if Drifting had any other equipment that could increase the damage of spells. The leveling continued until the girls were ready to leave. Surprisingly, no accidents happened again. This was something that Gu Fei was very surprised about. At least, he thought that he should have heard Yutian Shinming shout, "Help!" Could it be that this guy was so lucky today that he didn't receive any more difficult quests? After asking, it was indeed the case. After killing the Black Hat in the tavern, Yutian Shinming's quests were really smooth. How many times? Gu Fei asked. 15 times, Yutian Shinming replied happily. This efficiency was absolutely amazing. The wind-chasing emblem's coordinates refreshed every minute, and Gu Fei conservatively estimated that it saved him 2/3 of the time. Looks like it's going quite smoothly. Just pray that you don't get a guy who will wipe out all his PK points in 1 minute. Gu Fei said. Aren't you stupid? Find a guy who has PK points above 2. There's a lot of rewards, and you don't have to worry about time constraints. It was rare for Gu Fei to be confused. Yutian Shinming had something on him, and he immediately laughed at him. Do you need my help? Unfortunately, Gu Fei also had something on Yutian Shinming. Big brother, I was wrong. It was obvious that Yutian Shinming didn't have enough information on him. Okay, I'm going to get ready. You should get ready to pack up too. Gu Fei said. What are you going to do? Pull an all-nighter. Yutian Shinming said. Gu Fei ignored him. Damn, I have to look at someone else's face when doing a quest. So frustrating. As an expert of this generation, Imperial Heaven Divine Ming still had to vent some of the grievances in his heart. He wasn't blaming Gu Fei, but he was angry for himself. He was a famous actor, but now he had to face a quest that he couldn't do alone. Yutian Shinming sighed and lamented that he wasn't the same as before. He shot the 16th target of the day with an arrow. Be early tomorrow. Finally, he sent a message to Gu Fei. I'll try my best. Gu Fei replied. He was also saying goodbye to Drifting and the others. Gu Fei and the girls from Amethyst were going offline. Drifting, who was one of the top 5 players in the game, was obviously someone like Yutian Shinming, who never slept or slept. They couldn't be judged based on human life. When they heard that everyone was going to stop training, the 3 of them were surprised. They told everyone to leave first, and they needed to find another place to continue. Do you want to come back tomorrow? Gu Fei asked Drifting. With Drifting, Gu Fei didn't need to cast spells to attack, which made him relax a lot. Gu Fei was afraid that after eating apples, he'd throw up bananas, peaches, and pears. There were only a few common fruits in the world. It was too disharmonious to get into a fight with them just for an online game. Let's make another appointment tomorrow. Drifting said. Let's keep in touch. After adding him as a friend, Gu Fei waved goodbye. Drifting sent him off with his eyes. Let's go. Love Left Hand and Handsome Right Hand came over to call Drifting. That Qianli drunken isn't simple, Drifting said. Why? The two didn't understand. Even though I haven't seen him fight, his spell damage is very high, Drifting said. How do you know? Love Left Hand asked. Remember the first time we attracted monsters? Those girls' Skyfall fire wheel was a bit messy, and most monsters were only hit once or twice, Drifting said. I remember. Fortunately, you killed them with Red Lotus, or else they'd be in trouble, Love Left Hand said. That's right. Because of their attacks, the monsters went towards them. But at that time, I noticed that most of the monsters that Drunken Qianli attracted didn't change their direction and chased after him, Drifting said. What's wrong? Love Left Hand asked. Stupid, this means that most of the monsters' aggro is still on him. He used Fireball to attract monsters, and it takes some time to bring them over. Now that he was hit by Skyfall Fire Wheel, he still couldn't draw the monsters' aggro away. Think about how high his Fireball's damage is. Drifting said. Love Left Hand reacted and was also surprised. Is he as tall as you? I don't know. Unfortunately, those girls' spell damage is too low. They won't die until I make a move. Otherwise, I should be able to estimate the damage of his Fireball, Drifting said regretfully. How could he be as tall as you? Then how overpowered would his equipment be? His speed should be all agility. Handsome Right Hand was an archer, so he was more experienced in judging agility and movement speed. Drifting said, the problem isn't his sword, it's his clothes. I've appraised him many times, but I can't find these two pieces of equipment. The two behind him nodded. Let's go and look at the leveling area. Let's see if there are any without fire resistance. That way, I should be able to see how much damage he can do, Drifting said as he walked towards the other end of the leveling area. Chapter 127. Gu Fei and the others returned to Cloud City and were about to say goodbye at the entrance of the East Gate Tavern, but someone suggested that they should go to the tavern and have a drink or two. I have to go down first, Lower Willow said to everyone. She looked very tired. For a person with ordinary equipment and skills like her, luring monsters that were 10 levels higher than her was very difficult. But this girl once again showed her tough attitude in facing the vast wilderness in Moonlit Night City. She didn't complain about it. Even if she could only drag back one monster with her tractor, she didn't give up. Now that she returned to the city, her tired face immediately showed. She turned around and was about to leave, her body swaying. Can you do it or not? Gu Fei shouted from behind her. The girls also came over to help her up. With Lower Willow's thin body, walking like this without being able to touch the shore, it was hard to describe how miserable she looked. I'm fine. Lower Willow waved her hand. I don't need anyone to help me. As soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly tilted to the right and she staggered. Amidst the screams of the girls, Lower Willow used her right hand to support herself and turned around with a smile. I'll hold the wall. She pushed against the wall and just as she stood up straight, she didn't know if she used too much strength, but her body floated to the left again. There was no wall to hold on to the left. Lower Willow was about to fall, but Gu Fei was one step ahead of her and supported her. The girls quickly gathered around and asked what happened to Lower Willow in panic. Nothing, I'm just a little tired, Lower Willow said. I also have to go down, I'll help you to the safe area, Gu Fei said. Lower Willow estimated that if she continued to struggle, she would only be a corpse on the street, so she could only nod and say, okay. Let's go. Gu Fei said goodbye to the girls. Be careful, Luoluo said while casting a recovery spell on Gu Fei. MLGB. Gu Fei thought to himself. It was an expression of helplessness. Supporting Lu Xia on the way, Gu Fei did not have much trouble. Although the sorcerer's power was weak, Lu Xia's body was really not that strong. But as luck would have it, the interception that Gu Fei had been looking forward to day and night had suddenly come knocking on his door. After crossing 2 streets, the offline area was right in front of him. However, Gu Fei unexpectedly bumped into a group of people. The Black Hat and his 6 brothers. Both parties were startled when they saw each other. One of them suddenly shouted, "It's him." With a whoosh, the 7 of them spread out. The archer and mage stayed in the distance, the paladin started buffing himself, the thief instantly went into stealth, and the warrior and grandmaster of combat prepared to close in. It was only then that Gu Fei realized that these 7 fellows were the legendary Calabash brothers who occupied 7 major classes. "Where's that mage friend of yours?" someone yelled. Obviously, they were more indignant that drifting had killed the 5 of them. It had to be known that the Black Hat had been killed by the Imperial Divine Cry, and he had only spent 2 hours in jail. The other 6 had been killed in PvP, and all of them had lost a level. This was not something that could be made up for in 2 hours. Gu Fei looked at the 7 people lined up and said to them solemnly, "My friend isn't feeling well. I'll send her offline first, then we'll settle our matters later." The 7 of them glanced at Lu Xia and saw that his face was ugly and he was standing unsteadily. Immediately, a few of them showed hesitation on their faces. Unexpectedly, the Black Hat among them was cold to the core. He snorted and said, "That's good. Killing you and sending you to the resurrection area is faster than walking. Just treat it as a good deed." When the other 6 heard that this was a brilliant idea, their hesitation was instantly swept away. "Go!" The Black Hat shouted and was already leading the charge. Gu Fei didn't think that these guys would start fighting right away. This was definitely a style that could lead to great things. Think about how many ambitious and ruthless heroes are always nagging at the last moment of success, waiting for their opponents to counterattack. But for the current Gu Fei, this was a little annoying. Previously in the tavern, although Gu Fei had the intention to fight the 6 of them, he didn't have any intention to kill. It was PK. It didn't mean that they had to PK to death. Just like the one-on-one duels in the leveling area, sparring was also considered PK. Gu Fei originally had this mentality and was prepared to play with the 6 of them. He didn't want drifting and the other 2 to appear and heroically kill the 6 of them. After thinking about it, Gu Fei felt a little apologetic. If Gu Fei had encountered these guys at any other time, he wouldn't have taken them seriously. But the current situation was different. Not to mention Lu Xia, who was in a hurry to go offline to rest, the archer and the Grandmaster of Combat who were charging towards Lu Xia from afar had launched an attack the moment they appeared. Gu Fei didn't want to be killed like this, and he didn't want Lu Xia to be implicated for no reason. He quickly pulled her to the side to dodge. It was one thing for Gu Fei to help Lu Xia walk, but it wasn't fast enough to help her dodge the attack. The archer's arrow was dodged, but the Grandmaster of Combat's fist scraped the side of Lu Xia's body. Lu Xia felt the pain but didn't make a sound. She told Gu Fei, "Don't worry about me." She gritted her teeth and pulled out her dagger. The Black Hat said, "Don't attack the girl." Gu Fei let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was feeling grateful, he heard the Black Hat say, "The girl is his burden. Kill him first and then deal with the girl." Scum! Gu Fei was full of disdain for this Black Hat. He didn't plan to show mercy to these people anymore. He said to Lu Xia, "Hold on." He pulled out his sword from his pocket and rushed towards the Black Hat. These people had experienced Gu Fei's speed. The Black Hat didn't plan to dodge. Seeing Gu Fei approaching, he lowered his sword to his side. It was the starting stance of Whirlwind Slash. However, Gu Fei's attack was even faster. Before he could activate Whirlwind Slash, Gu Fei had already used Dual Flame Flash. A mage? The Black Hat was stunned. Only now did he know that Gu Fei was actually a mage. But being surprised was just being surprised. He didn't care about the mage's Dual Flame Flash. The Whirlwind Slash was about to continue spinning. Unexpectedly, after being hit by the Dual Flame Flash, he felt like he was drained. "How is this possible?" the Black Hat exclaimed. He had already reached the warrior's camp. After taking a sniper shot from an archer, double arrow combo, and a homing arrow, he was killed by a mage's Dual Flame Flash. He couldn't believe it no matter what. If it was before, Gu Fei wouldn't have believed it either. After all, the dual flame flash's damage wasn't that great. But very quickly, Gu Fei noticed something. When casting the dual flame flash, the caster's hand would draw a path and create flames. This flame was the dual flame flash. Gu Fei was using the Dark Night Streamer, so the flames would naturally be drawn by the sword. But at this time, if the sword also hit the target, then the damage would be the dual flame flash's magic damage and the Dark Night Streamer's physical damage. This was a problem that normal mages wouldn't pay attention to. Let's not talk about how many mages could use the dual flame flash. The physical damage from a mage's staff was negligible. But Gu Fei was different. Gu Fei was using the Dark Night Streamer. The Dark Night Streamer's physical damage was also very high, but because of the sword's coefficient, Gu Fei couldn't use it to its full potential. Aggroing, rolling, and casting an area of effect spell, this wasn't Gu Fei's usual way of leveling. Gu Fei's solo training was always close combat, relying on kung fu, swordsmanship. But now, in the process of casting swordsmanship, Gu Fei added the chant for the dual flame flash. He saw this as a way to increase the damage of his swordsmanship. If Gu Fei's proficiency in all of his spells was much lower than a normal mage's, then for the dual flame flash, Gu Fei's proficiency was much higher than a normal mage's. As his proficiency increased, the power of his spells would naturally increase. Besides, in the process of leveling up from level 31 to level 39, Gu Fei also felt that the physical damage of the Dark Night Streamer was also increasing. This meant that his sword's coefficient was also increasing. After all, every level would automatically increase points. Besides, maybe the addition of agility was related to the sword's coefficient. No matter what, the dual flame flash was currently Gu Fei's most powerful attack. It could instantly kill any class without a problem. Killing the Black Hat in one move, the other 6 were naturally surprised. But with the advantage in numbers, they naturally wouldn't retreat so easily. They just thought, the Black Hat has the intention of not killing the girl to become Gu Fei's burden. Shouldn't you have shouted it out in front of everyone? Look at you, after you shouted, that guy immediately let go of the girl and killed you. With this thought, the Grand Master of Combat rushed towards Lu Xia again. He wanted Lu Xia to become Gu Fei's burden again. Fireball, shoot! Gu Fei threw a fireball at the Grand Master of Combat, but he himself ran towards the knight. When the Grand Master of Combat heard Gu Fei's shout for fireball, he turned his head to look. The fireball was indeed coming in his direction, but its target wasn't him. He laughed in his heart that Gu Fei had locked onto the wrong target in his nervousness. The Grand Master of Combat ignored the fireball and continued to move forward. Suddenly, he felt a scorching heat around him. He turned his head to look and was at a loss. How is this possible? When he said this, the Grand Master of Combat had already appeared in the dojo. How could the fireball deal so much damage? The Grand Master of Combat didn't have time to think about this. He was at a loss as to how the fireball that wasn't aimed at him hit him. From afar, Gu Fei sneered, to shoot a moving target, of course, there needs to be some advanced calculation. In Gu Fei's eyes, the fireball was a hidden weapon. To shoot a fireball, he also used the skill of shooting a hidden weapon. In terms of accuracy, he didn't need to worry at all. In the game, you just needed to point at a specific point and shoot wherever you pointed. The only thing that Gu Fei needed to do was to pay attention to the movement speed of the target and the fireball, and estimate the point at which the two would collide. The skill of shooting a live target with a hidden weapon was based on this knowledge. The only regret in the game was that the flying speed of the fireball was a little slow. If the opponent was aware of dodging, it would definitely be very easy. But the problem was, no one would be aware of it. Because no one would use the fireball skill this way. The fireball skill had an automatic tracking function. Most people would just throw the fireball at the target. Moreover, such a basic skill would at most be used as a distraction in a real battle. Who would use it as a killing move? The Grand Master of Combat who was revived in the dojo couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. In the end, he could only think of a coincidence. He accidentally ran into the path of the fireball and coincidentally hit it. At this time, Gu Fei had already rushed towards his third target, the knight. Like the priest, the knight was basically a support class. Although they were stronger than the priest in combat, because they didn't have any powerful attack skills at the moment, they really didn't have much of a deterrent effect in PK. But Gu Fei had already killed 2 targets in an instant. This deterrent effect was too obvious. The knight hurriedly retreated, but he couldn't be faster than Gu Fei. But when he was still 3 meters away, Gu Fei suddenly made his move. He suddenly raised the long sword in his hand and stabbed diagonally. What's going on? The knight muttered in his heart. This person was clearly 3 meters away from him. What was he doing? Could it be some ultimate move? The knight's heart palpitated, thinking that he was going to be killed in an instant. The answer was soon revealed. Also 3 meters away from the knight, the rogue's figure appeared in the direction where Gu Fei's sword was stabbing diagonally. How is this possible? The rogue finally said this on the spot. There were many people in the tavern. He might have accidentally touched a table or a bench or something and been discovered by this guy. At this moment, the surroundings were empty. Where did he expose himself? Gu Fei didn't give him too much time to think. He took 2 steps forward and closed in, resistance ring of fire, go. The ring of fire spun out and retracted. The rogue, who was forced to come into contact with the ring of fire, completely disappeared. Originally, using dual flame flash would have been easier and faster, but Gu Fei's actions were too fast. At this moment, dual flame flash's cooldown was still up. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 3 people. Seeing that the next target was him, the knight was already prepared to give up. Unexpectedly, Gu Fei's sword turned and pointed at the mage and archer who were attacking from a distance. Flaming 3,000 flames, go! Gu Fei chanted. The archer and mage's first attack didn't hit, but in an instant, 3 people had already been killed. At this moment, they were knocking arrows and waving their staffs, but unexpectedly, Gu Fei suddenly pointed his spear at them. The mage still wanted to chant, but in the end, he was a word slower than Gu Fei. As soon as they heard Gu Fei finish singing, the 2 immediately jumped up and ran backwards as if their feet were on fire. Flaming 3,000 flames was a flame that ignited on the ground. When jumping up, the damage received would be lower. This was only a legend, and no one had ever confirmed it. However, Gu Fei didn't care about them anymore. In a big stride, he dashed to Under Willow's side. Under Willow was swaying, and just as he was about to support himself against the wall, Gu Fei grabbed him first. Fuck, it's a lie. He didn't use any spells. The archer and sorcerer ran a few steps back and looked back. The street that should have been raging with flames was peaceful, and Gu Fei had already helped the woman away. The 2 of them knocked arrows and chanted. Just as they were about to attack, they suddenly felt heat under their feet. Countless flames suddenly leaped up. It was the flaming 3,000 flames. How is this possible? The 2 of them cried out in shock as they flew towards the resurrection point. I already said it. Attacking a moving target, how can it not be calculated beforehand? Gu Fei mumbled as he supported Under Willow, how is it? It's nothing. Kung Fu is really powerful, I want to learn. Under Willow said. There's a chance. Gu Fei smiled, and turned his gaze towards the 2 remaining people, the paladin and the priest. The 2 of them trembled, and each took a step back. We're in a hurry, we'll be leaving first. Gu Fei nodded at the 2 of them, and supported Under Willow as they walked away. Their figures finally disappeared around the corner of the street. How is this possible? The paladin and the priest looked at each other, and only then did they react. Are we not going to kill those 2? Under Willow asked Gu Fei. No. Gu Fei nodded, the 2 of them didn't make a move either. Oh. Under Willow replied, but this obviously shouldn't be the reason, because no matter what time of PK, the paladin and the priest wouldn't make a move. Under Willow's gaze was filled with doubt. Actually, we're going to the priest academy to go offline. After we kill him, he'll revive there, and we'll meet him again on the road, and he'll stop us again. Gu Fei said. You're afraid of being stopped by the priest? Under Willow was surprised. Okay. I admit it. Gu Fei had no choice, and whispered into Under Willow's ear, I can't do it anymore. Have a good rest. When they reached the safe zone, Gu Fei reminded Under Willow, and the two of them went offline. They would come back the next day. When they logged on, Yutian Xinming cried, You're finally here, big bro. I've been waiting for so long that my heart is broken. Gu Fei waved his hand, Go and accept the quest. Got it. Yutian Xinming happily accepted the quest. Gu Fei stretched his body, and looked at his friends list. Drifting, who he had just met, was indeed a strong player in the online gaming world. Gu Fei couldn't figure out when such a talent wasn't online. Gu Fei greeted him, and asked if they were going to train together today. It's starting now. It's earlier than yesterday. Drifting was surprised. As an experienced player, he could tell that Gu Fei and Luo Luo belonged to a team that trained regularly. This kind of team trained on time every day, and they were the legendary office workers in the game. Not yet. Gu Fei saw that Luo Luo, Under Willow, and Ice Glaze weren't in his friends list, so he replied, Around 7:00, are you coming? Of course, I found a good place, and it's definitely more efficient to train there. Drifting said. As expected of an expert. Gu Fei was surprised. Drifting was an outsider, and he hadn't been in Cloud City for long, and he already found a good place to train. See you then. Gu Fei replied. See you then. The two finished their agreement. Gu Fei had nothing to do, so he wandered around on the streets, hoping to attract some trouble. But the world was unpredictable, and when you needed it, it wouldn't let you get what you wanted. Gu Fei walked from East Street to West Street, from South Street to North Street, from First Trade Street to Fourth Trade Street. There were many people on the streets, but no one rushed over to stab Gu Fei. Gu Fei felt regretful. Just when he was bored and wanted to find a place to rest, Yutian Xinming sent him a message. Help! Yutian Xinming called. Gu Fei was overjoyed. With Yutian Xinming's call, there would be a battle. He quickly replied, Where? Is the target male or female? How many people are around? Are they arrogant or evil? Yutian Xinming replied, Haven't seen anyone yet. What's going on? Gu Fei was stunned. This person is crazy. His coordinates are refreshed every minute, and he hasn't stopped even now. And he's in the city. I don't know why he's running around. I've been chasing and chasing, but I haven't seen his shadow. I just estimated the distance between his coordinates. This person's movement speed is very fast, probably above mine. Lend me your shoes, or else I won't be able to catch up. Yutian Xinming said. Oh, where are you? The two immediately agreed on a location. Gu Fei arrived first, and after 2 minutes, Yutian Xinming suddenly sent him a message, This idiot doesn't seem to be moving. Is that so? Then you don't need me. I'm leaving. Go. To be honest, Yutian Xinming really didn't want to trouble Gu Fei so frequently. A good knife should be used on the blade's edge. At the crucial moment, he just needed to ask Gu Fei to solve the difficult problems. Unexpectedly, after another minute, the coordinates refreshed, and it was different from before. Yutian Xinming held back and observed for a few more minutes. The coordinates began to change unpredictably again. Yutian Xinming had no choice but to send a distress signal to Gu Fei. I'll wait for you. Come and take the shoes. Gu Fei was also annoyed. Or I'll help you kill him. After agreeing on a location, Gu Fei arrived first. 2 minutes later, Yutian Shinming found that the coordinates didn't change again. Vaguely, he already felt that something wasn't right. When they arrived, Imperial God Ming's vision darkened, and he almost fainted. Gu Fei quickly walked over, holding the wind-chasing boots in his hand. Take it. Yutian Shinming expressionlessly said, kill yourself. What? I said, kill yourself. Yutian Shinming repeated. What are you saying? Yutian Shinming finally broke down. Motherfucker. You're a PK maniac. You have nothing better to do than kill people every day. You killed 5 people yesterday, didn't you? How do you know? Gu Fei asked. Mission 31548, PK value 5. Damn. The number 1 PK value in Cloud City will always be you. Big brother, I beg you, come up with something new. Can't you give others a chance? Don't always occupy this position. Yutian Shinming cried. Gu Fei finally understood what was going on. He was angry and amused at the same time. You've accepted me. Yeah, you said it. Help me hack him to death. Go ahead and kill yourself. Imperial Heaven Divine Ming said. Calm down, young man. Gu Fei patted Yutian Shinming's head. If this continues, when will I be able to complete 100 times in a row? I've been doing this for the past 2 days and my experience hasn't increased much. Now I have to start from scratch again. Yutian Shinming cried. I said, calm down. Gu Fei said, when my PK value reaches 1, send me to jail. What? Yutian Shinming was shocked. He didn't think Gu Fei would be willing to make this sacrifice. Isn't it just 2 hours? It's a small matter. Gu Fei said magnanimously. Then it's settled. Gu Fei patted him. Give me the emblem. I'll get it to 1 now. Yutian Shinming passed the emblem to Gu Fei. Keep up and learn. Gu Fei said. 2 consecutive goals were easy. After completing them easily, Yutian Shinming looked at the time. Are you going to start leveling soon? Gu Fei looked at his friends list. The names of the girls had lit up. Go. When you finish leveling, your PK value will be refreshed to 1, Yutian Shinming said. Gu Fei had helped them a lot. How could Yutian Shinming say, don't go leveling? Get it to 1 and I'll send you to jail. Not only was he embarrassed to say it, but he would also try to stop Gu Fei. At this time, of course, he wanted him to go leveling. Wait for me. Gu Fei also felt that he and Drifting had agreed to go together. It seemed a little inappropriate for him to suddenly not go. Wait. Yutian Shinming suddenly said, if that's the case, I'll be fine, right? I'll go with you. Oh, okay. Gu Fei nodded. Chapter 128. Luoluo and the others hadn't started greeting yet. Gu Fei and Yutian Shinming weren't in a hurry, so they walked leisurely. This time, Gu Fei had definitely helped Yutian Shinming a lot. Yutian Shinming had a feeling of gratitude, but he didn't know how to express it. He spoke uncomfortably along the way. Relax, Yutian. Gu Fei tried to comfort him professionally. Yutian Shinming nodded. As they talked, they arrived at the entrance of the East Gate Tavern. Looking up, Luoluo, Drifting, and the others were already there. Seeing Gu Fei, they waved at him. Luoluo was surprised. You're so active today. It's not like you, Qianli. She said as she touched him with a recovery spell. Can you change it to something fresh? Gu Fei said. Anything else is too useless. Luoluo smiled and her eyes fell on Yutian Shinming. Little brother Yutian is here too. Then she used a recovery spell on Yutian Shinming. But the reaction here was quite different. Yutian Shinming looked like he was enjoying it. Yes, I'm here. Sister Luoluo. Gu Fei almost vomited. This kid was too self-deprecating. Which one of the 5 in the mercenary group wasn't older than him? This brat was as arrogant as ever, ignoring the issue of age. But in front of the girl, he pretended to be younger and called himself a little brother. The way he called her sister was too fucking natural. Yutian. Drifting was surprised when he heard the name. Gu Fei introduced him. Yutian Shinming. Then he introduced to Yutian Shinming. Drifting, left hand writes love, right hand writes handsome. They looked at each other. Under normal circumstances, even if the two parties did not greet each other with a greeting, they would at least nod and smile. But at this time, Drifting and Yutian Shinming were looking up and down aggressively. The changing expressions on their faces were filled with endless love and hatred. Gu Fei just wanted to ask, do you know each other, but Yutian Shinming had already drawn his bow and arrow and jumped into the middle of the street. Drifting, let's have a showdown. Gu Fei and Luoluo stared blankly at the two of them. Drifting touched his forehead and smiled disapprovingly. You are indeed a child. Come on, it's still early. I'll treat everyone to a drink, Drifting said. What happened? Gu Fei and Luoluo asked as they followed Drifting into the pub. On the street, a gust of wind blew, and a dead leaf curled around the corner of Yutian Shinming's pants. Fuck. Yutian Shinming, who was ignored, cursed and rushed into the pub. The 5 people had already taken their seats. Yutian Shinming walked over with his bow, his face dark. Do you know each other? It was rare for Gu Fei to be on the same side as Luoluo, so he was curious and gossiping. Drifting nodded. We used to play a few games together. He wanted more. Looking at how the two of them were at daggers drawn when they saw each other, it was clear that they had played, but it was definitely not fun. Gu Fei thought so. Drifting was a master mage, and Yutian Shinming had always been a mage. In the game, people often fought for the title of number one, and so on. These two were most likely in this kind of relationship. As he spoke, Imperial Heaven Divine Cry had already arrived in front of him. Drifting was asking for wine from the NPC bartender. Give me 5 glasses of wine. Then, he turned around and saw Yutian Shinming. He raised his eyebrows and asked Yutian Shinming, can I get you a glass of fruit juice? He was obviously making fun of Yutian Shinming's age. Gu Fei and Luoluo looked at each other and smiled. I'll kill you. Yutian Shinming was enraged. Hey. I'm just kidding. Don't be so childish. Sit down. Drifting didn't care. Yutian Shinming wouldn't let it go. He yelled and challenged Drifting to a duel. Calm down, calm down. In the end, Gu Fei tried to calm him down. In the past, Gu Fei wouldn't have been able to calm him down. But now, Yutian Shinming owed Gu Fei a favor, and he didn't know how to repay it. Since Gu Fei was speaking, how could he not give face? Only then did he calm down. Drifting was surprised. He and Yutian Shinming had known each other for a long time. Although they didn't have such face-to-face interactions in the previous games, they could see each other's tempers. In Drifting's impression, Yutian Shinming wasn't someone who would calm down after hearing a few words. Who was Qianli when he was drunk? Drifting couldn't help but pay more attention to Gu Fei. Because of this carelessness, he ignored Yutian Shinming again. The Imperial God cries of anger, anxiety. Gu Fei had told him to be quiet, but that was only because he was giving Gu Fei face and forcefully restraining himself. The only thing that could truly divert his attention was the concern from the lady. Luoluo patted Yutian Shinming's head like a big sister and asked the two, what online games did you play before? Yutian Shinming said a few names. They were all popular online games in the market. You two had a good fight in there, right? Luoluo smiled. Humph. Yutian Shinming said, I beat him. Some people were just beaten. His words were full of disdain for Drifting. Drifting didn't care. He smiled and said, "Yeah, I was beaten every day. I'm a masochist." Of course, everyone knew he was being sarcastic. The two actually despised each other, but their tactics were different. Yutian Shinming acted fiercely and actively, while Drifting used his opponent's strength to defeat him. Drifting's casual words made Yutian Shinming angrier and angrier. Obviously, he knew Yutian Shinming's temperament. What exactly was going on between the two of them? Gu Fei couldn't get any concrete information from their strange tone. He guessed that he would have to ask Brother Yu about this gossip. While the two of them were holding their wine glasses and continuing to sulk, the girls also came into the tavern one after another. Yutian Shinming and the girls were old lovers. They hadn't seen each other for 2 days, so they were very affectionate with each other. After all, they had only practiced drifting together once yesterday. The girls greeted him and naturally didn't have much to say to him. Yutian Shinming was angered by drifting for a long time. Now, he finally found a place to win. His face twisted into a happy expression. Everyone is here. Let's go. Although there were many masters in the team, Luolua was still the captain. However, she didn't have to take on the responsibilities of a cleric in the past 2 days. In the end, she used all her healing spells to tease Gu Fei. I found a place to practice. I think it's more suitable than the place we practiced yesterday, Drifting said when the team went out of the city gate. Really? Then let's go take a look. Luoluo said. The girls all cheered in unison. Gu Fei felt that something wasn't right. Why didn't Yutian Shinming say anything at this time? This didn't fit the character's personality. He looked around for Yutian Shinming. When he saw him, he was shocked. This guy purposely fell behind the team and was aiming at them. It didn't need to be said who his target was. In a flash, Gu Fei appeared in the line of fire he had prepared. Yutian Shinming immediately waved at him, indicating for him to move. Gu Fei didn't know whether to laugh or to be angry. He rushed in front of him and pressed down on his bow. What the hell are you doing? Kill him. Yutian Shinming said. Don't be crazy. We're teammates. Gu Fei said. Kill him. We have to kill him. Haven't you heard? Don't be afraid of godlike enemies, but be afraid of pig-like teammates. This kind of teammate has to be killed. Yutian Shinming said. When Gu Fei heard this, he looked forward to throwing 1,000 layers flame at the feet of the reincarnated amethyst girls. There wasn't just one pig-like teammate, but a bunch of them. Okay, stop messing around. You're still an expert. A bunch of girls are looking at you. Pay attention to your image. Gu Fei clearly grasped the other side of Yutian Shinming's personality. When he said this, Yutian Shinming was moved. A girl noticed that the two of them were missing from the crowd. She turned around and shouted, "What are you two doing? Hurry up." Yutian Shinming nimbly stuffed his bow back into his pocket and waved at the girl, "I'm coming. Let's go." Yutian Shinming said to Gu Fei, "I'll find another opportunity to kill him." They chatted and laughed as they arrived at Drifting's so-called leveling spot. They looked around and felt that the monsters around them weren't much different from yesterday. They were obviously level 50. He's fighting monsters above his level. Imperial Sky Shinming's expression changed. When he brought the girls to level up, he could only bring them to the level 40 area. He had fought with others for territory several times and defeated them, which made him feel that he was an expert. But now, after he joined the team immediately brought him to the level 50 area to kill monsters. It was obvious who was stronger. Imperial Divine Ming began to feel dejected again. He was no longer the same as before. Drifting was explaining to everyone, "I tried all the level 50 leveling areas last night. The monsters here have the lowest fire resistance. It should be a lot easier for us to train. But we could kill them in one shot yesterday. Do we need lower fire resistance?" The girls expressed their doubts. The girls were just bad at the game. They weren't stupid. Drifting smiled, safety first. If someone's spell doesn't hit the target, we might not be able to kill them in one shot. We can rest assured here. The girls were still a little doubtful. Drifting felt it was strange. With their 5 circles from heaven skill, they should understand his concern. Why would they doubt it? Drifting didn't know that although the girls were bad, they had been playing with Yutian Shinming for a month. If they couldn't get it right, then they weren't stupid teammates, but pigs. Anyway, it wasn't something worth thinking about. They were all seconds anyway, so it didn't matter where they were. The girls were confused, but they gave up and got ready to practice. Qianli, thank you for your hard work today, Drifting said. It seemed that Lower Willow was tired yesterday. She didn't come online today. Gu Fei nodded. Lower Willow was a tractor driver, so it didn't matter if she was there or not. Everyone, as usual. Get ready to start. Drifting's lips curled into a smile. Wait. Yutian Shinming suddenly jumped out. Luring monsters. Qianli, you rest. I'll. Yutian Shinming finally found a chance to repay his kindness. Chapter 129. Let me do it. Gu Fei was reluctant. Yutian Shinming's aggro-luring skills were great. If Yutian Shinming went up, what could he do? Wouldn't he have to follow the girls to cast spells? How boring would that be? How boring would that be? How unskillful would that be? However, Yutian Shinming was eager to repay his kindness and insisted on coming. Gu Fei repeatedly said that he liked to aggro monsters and Yutian Shinming treated it as a courtesy. The two argued endlessly. Drifting was really nervous. Yesterday, he spent the whole night studying the level 50 leveling areas in Cloud City. He tested from one corner to another and finally found a place that could help him estimate Gu Fei's spell damage. However, Yutian Shinming appeared out of nowhere. How could he be depressed? You two, stop arguing. Why don't you go and aggro them together? Drifting tried to smooth things over. As long as Gu Fei went to aggro the monsters, his goal would be achieved. This suggestion could be passed by anyone but Drifting. Yutian Shinming said angrily, what do you mean? I can't do it alone. Do you think I don't know how to play Archer? Of course not, Drifting quickly said. He swore to God that Drifting didn't want to make fun of Yutian Shinming at all. Unfortunately, Yutian Shinming didn't understand. He angrily shouted at Gu Fei, Qianli, move aside. I'll aggro all the monsters here. Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat to the side and smile bitterly at Drifting. Drifting was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He regretted coming out to smooth things over and provoking Yutian Shinming to be so resolute. Even a wise man would make a mistake. This was a situation like this. But then he thought about the long days ahead. Yutian Shinming wouldn't come with them every day, and there would be a time when he could see the damage of Gu Fei's spells. Drifting was relieved. He smiled and said, then let's begin. The new leveling spot was much easier than yesterday's. Even if Gu Fei and Drifting, who had super high magic attack, didn't make a move, the girls could easily kill the monsters. Sometimes, when they were lucky, they would all cast spells that dealt the most damage, and they would be instantly wiped out. Gu Fei threw a few waves into the circle and found it boring. He was simply a dispensable existence. Moreover, he had to eat fruits after every 4 waves. It was too annoying. While he was feeling depressed, Luo Luo moved closer to Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked at her warily and asked, what's up? Look at how nervous you are. Luo Luo smiled and raised her hand to cast heal again. Gu Fei reached out and pressed her hand down. Don't waste it. Use it where it's most needed, you're holding my hand, said Luo Luo. Gu Fei smiled and took his hand back. This didn't make him feel awkward. He had purposely pressed down on Lualua's hand to prevent her from casting heal. What did it matter if a man or woman touched a woman's hand in the new era? Those who minded were guilty. Luoluo smiled faintly and was about to say something when she heard Gu Fei shout, "Who's over there?" "What?" Luoluo looked back but didn't see anything. "There's someone behind the tree," said Gu Fei as he walked in that direction. With his current existence, it didn't matter if he left the leveling team. Luoluo looked in the direction of Gu Fei's finger. There was only one tree a few hundred meters away. "Where's there?" Luoluo mumbled as she followed. Today, she also didn't have any sense of presence. Originally, luring monsters that were 10 levels higher was quite dangerous. Yesterday, it was all thanks to Lualua's heal that Lower Willow took care of him. But today, the ones luring monsters were all experts. Moreover, they were all long-range attackers. Luoluo stared at them and didn't give her a chance to use her heal. She had nothing better to do and wanted to tease Gu Fei, but she was stopped. Sigh, it was all because of boredom. The two of them ran towards the tree one after the other. The others all raised their eyebrows. But very quickly, they turned back as if nothing had happened. Their faces revealed ambiguous smiles and pretended they didn't see anything. "Wait for me." Luoluo was still shouting. Gu Fei stopped. "What are you doing here? What if there's danger?" Luoluo said. "That's why I'm asking you why you're here." Gu Fei said. Saying it was dangerous wasn't an exaggeration. In Cloud City, it was common knowledge that there were bad guys that dropped equipment. Nowadays, everyone preferred to group up instead of solo leveling. It had to be said that part of it was due to their contributions. "I'll help you with heal." Luoluo laughed. Gu Fei was helpless and let her do as she pleased. He immediately slowed down his pace and matched up with Lualua's speed. The two of them slowly arrived under the tree. Half of a body was revealed from behind the tree. The person's back was facing Gu Fei and Yi Xi. Looking at the shoulder-length hair and body shape, it was clearly a female. So it turned out that the person he just saw was the figure of this person lying on the ground. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Luoluo had already bent down and patted the person's shoulder. "How are you?" At the same time, she stuck her head over to look at the person's face. She turned back to Gu Fei and said, "It's a beauty. Your eyes are really sharp. Hey, what's wrong with you? Wake up." The beauty didn't respond after being patted twice. Luoluo was a bit anxious and forcefully shook her shoulders. Her body was turned over. When Gu Fei saw the person's face, he was immediately startled. The boundless wilderness, the female devil that made countless people in moonlit night city grind their teeth. She was the one who forced Lu Xia and the others to leave their homes. When Gu Fei and the others left Moonlit Night City, it could be said that the all-out war between Dust Guild and the other guild alliances had just begun. As for what happened afterwards, Gu Fei didn't care. At this time, more than a month had passed. The sudden appearance of the boundless wilderness made Gu Fei suddenly want to know the final outcome of the war. After being shaken by Luoluo a few times, the boundless wilderness finally opened her eyes. At first, she looked confused. After gradually regaining her senses, she sat up from the ground and looked at the two people. "You guys, you, fell asleep." Luolua's face darkened. She thought that something had happened to the girl. The boundless wilderness nodded. "I haven't been offline for a long time. I wanted to rest behind the tree and accidentally fell asleep." "What are you doing?" Luoluo was puzzled. "I'm looking for Cloud City." "Is this near Cloud City?" "You guys are players of Cloud City, right?" "That's great, I finally met someone." The boundless wilderness climbed up from the ground with a face full of surprise. She first spoke to Luoluo, but when she said, "You guys," her eyes subconsciously moved towards Gu Fei. Her eyes didn't move away and stayed on Gu Fei for a long time. A black mask, a black mage robe, a purple sword with a black halo, such a figure was an indelible memory to the boundless Mang Mang. However, since Gu Fei didn't cover her face at this time, and the Dark Knight light sword was put away the moment she recognized her, the boundless wilderness couldn't judge based on a piece of clothing. After all, black mage robes were no longer rare. And Gu Fei didn't say anything at this time, only listening to Luo Luo talk to her. Are you going to Cloud City? The boundless wilderness's eyes moved away from Gu Fei, looked at Luo Luo and nodded. Yes, I came from Moonlit Night City and don't know the way. After the Black Dragon Mountain Range, I didn't know where to go. I walked around for a long time and didn't meet anyone. I'm only level 30, so I don't dare to walk around. Fortunately, I met you guys. Ah, you're only level 30. Luo Luo exclaimed, this is a level 50 training area. Yes, so I don't dare to move. I have to be careful with every step. Right now, there's no record of me being in Cloud City's safe zone. If I die, I'll be sent back to Moonlit Night City. The boundless wilderness said. Currently, the average player's level was between 38 and 40. Level 30 players were basically new players who hadn't been in the game for many days. The boundless wilderness was also an old player during the open beta. A month ago, she was already level 30, and now she was still level 30. Who won and who lost in the battle at Moonlit Night City was already self-evident. She hadn't been able to level up even once in a month. It seemed that the boundless wilderness's life this month was quite difficult. At this time, it seemed that she hadn't been offline for a long time. Her eyes were red, and her face was haggard. Luo Luo was very sympathetic. She pulled the boundless wilderness's hand and said, we're over there leveling. You should come with us. When we return to the city, we'll bring you along. Thank you so much. The boundless wilderness nodded. Just as they were about to set off, they suddenly heard a voice shout. There. The three looked towards the direction of the voice and saw several people running down the hill, rushing straight towards them. The boundless wilderness's face was sad, and she sighed. They're looking for me. Who are they? Luolua's gossipy soul was constantly burning. They should be the people who killed me in Moonlit Night City. I have quite a lot of enemies. After our guild was defeated, they've been chasing me. I didn't think they would chase me all the way here. The boundless wilderness said. Luo Luo looked at Gu Fei, meaning that she wanted Gu Fei to make a decision. After all, if they were to help, it would definitely be Gu Fei. She, as a cleric, couldn't make any decisions. Gu Fei, however, didn't respond. This was also the opportunity that Gu Fei had been waiting for a long time. But reality always played tricks on people. Why did it have to be the boundless wilderness who needed help? This woman wasn't a good character, even though her current situation was quite pitiful. That's right, didn't she have a husband? Where did that guy called Silver Moon go? Gu Fei was still muttering in his heart. The people who had killed their way down the hill had already rushed in front of them. After seeing the three of them, they were startled. It's you. One of the people on the other side and Luo Luo spoke together. Gu Fei raised his head and glanced over. Fuck, these people weren't good people either. The one leading them was the one who had disappeared for a while, Non-Smiler. Chapter 130. In Moonlit City, Boundless Mang was a character that angered even the gods. When Lu Xia and the others mentioned the Bygone Dust Guild, the first thing they condemned wasn't the guild leader Silvermoon, but rather the guild leader's wife Boundless Mang. If she fell, there really wouldn't be a place for her in Moonlit City. If she was seen anywhere, she would die. Moreover, Cloud Midnight and the others who defeated the Bygone Dust Guild weren't righteous heroes. If you thought that they eradicated the Bygone Dust Guild for the sake of Moonlit City's peace, you would be dreaming. There were very few pacifists in the game. The Bygone Dust Guild fell, and Cloud Midnight and the others stood up. With their fierce and hot-blooded personalities, their arrogance wouldn't be inferior to Boundless Mang's. Against a character like Boundless Mang, who had accumulated a deep grudge for a long time, they naturally wouldn't hold back. As a matter of fact, the pursuit had spread to Cloud City. Non-Smiler and Cloud Midnight had a very deep relationship. His dagger, Secret Word of the Wind, could even be used by Cloud Midnight. In the game, this alone was enough to prove the friendship between the two of them. Cloud Midnight had once wanted to help Non-Smiler deal with Gu Fei, but now it seemed like Non-Smiler was helping Cloud Midnight chase. "Why are you guys here?" Non-Smiler spoke first. He recognized both Luoluo and Gu Fei. Of course, in his eyes, Gu Fei wasn't the enemy that cut him to death, but the despicable guy that stole his dagger. Luoluo clearly wasn't happy with Non-Smiler and directly ignored him. It was Gu Fei who replied, "How are you still alive?" Non-Smiler was furious. In his heart, he was wondering if he should get rid of these two as well. In any case, he had already shed all pretense of cordiality with July and Luoluo. "Who are these two?" Someone next to Non-Smiler asked him. Non-Smiler was startled. This question wasn't easy to answer. The only one directly related to him was July. If July was his enemy, then these two were his enemy's friends. This relationship seemed a little distant. He was here to help Yun Zhongmu's group chase down the Boundless Mang Mang. There was no need to complicate matters for these two. The Non-Smiler thought about it and casually replied, "Nothing much. I just know him." Gu Fei and Luoluo were quite surprised. Both of them thought that Non-Smilers would take advantage of the fact that they had more people on their side to give them a hard time. But now, it seemed that this guy didn't have such a plan. "Oh, then I'll have to trouble the two of you to give way. We came from Moonlit Night City, specifically looking for this woman." That person pointed at the vast expanse and said to the two. Luoluo glanced at Gu Fei. The situation of the vast Mang Mang seemed to be quite miserable. She sympathized with it. However, Gu Fei had been very indifferent since he saw this woman. This was different from the Gu Fei in her impression. Luoluo vaguely felt that there was something going on, so she didn't say anything else. She pulled Gu Fei and said, "Let's go." Gu Fei nodded and took 2 steps back. Luoluo hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, "Why don't we take a look?" Although she wasn't a busybody, she was definitely nosy. "That's fine too," Gu Fei said. As soon as the two of them retreated, Non-Smilers and his gang immediately surrounded the vast expanse. Boundless Mang was only a cleric, so his movement speed was very slow. That was why he didn't plan to escape when he was discovered. Now that he was surrounded, he simply said, "Hurry up and do it. Don't dawdle." The other party sneered, "It must not have been easy for you to run so far. Don't you want to see more scenery?" As he said that, he raised his hand and slashed. He tried to dodge it, but it didn't. In terms of level, she was far behind, not to mention that she was a cleric with no actual combat experience. She gritted her teeth in pain and cast a healing spell on herself. "Damn woman, you always like to put up a strong front." That person cursed and raised his hand to slash again. The vast expanse of grass flashed again, and he was struck again. But he still persistently cast regeneration on himself. "I'll do it too. I'll do it too." Another 2 people jumped out. One was a mage, and the other was unexpectedly also a cleric. The mage didn't use spells, and the cleric didn't use regeneration either. The two actually grabbed their own staffs and smashed towards the vast expanse of grass. "Why don't I do it too?" The archer in the other party's formation also came out. He also changed greatly from the PK style that archers should have. He grabbed the longbow in his hand and used it as a full moon scimitar. Non-Smilers didn't make a move, only revealing a cruel smile from the side. This wasn't PK at all. It was just a game to kill time. The few fellows used the lowest damage method to hit the vast expanse of grass. And the vast expanse of grass, faced with this kind of attack, had no ability to resist at all. But from beginning to end, he meticulously cast regeneration on himself. Just this kind of resistance. You're really gentle. The few of them laughed at the vast expanse of grass. Using the word gentle on her seemed to be a wonderful irony. The few of them laughed together. Luoluo couldn't stand it anymore. She moved her mouth, wanting to say something to Gu Fei, but saw that the corner of Gu Fei's eye was also twitching. Ah! The vast expanse of grass, who had been gritting her teeth and not making a sound, suddenly let out a scream. She was tripped by the opposing cleric's horizontal staff and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha! Everyone stopped together, looking at the sorry figure of the vast expanse of grass lying on the ground and laughing. The vast expanse of grass quickly got up, but his figure was already swaying a little. She hadn't logged off for a long time, and her body was already tired to the point of collapse. Still stubbornly holding on. The other party scolded, chopping down with his sword. Regeneration. Still holding on. Another slash. Still another regeneration. Hold on. The circle of people scolded, smashing down on the vast expanse of grass. What answered them was still only regeneration. That woman, retreat to the side. Suddenly, someone spoke. Everyone looked over in surprise, seeing Gu Fei walk over with his long robes swinging. There were only 2 women present, and from the direction of Gu Fei's gaze, it seemed that he was speaking to the vast expanse of grass. What do you want to do? Stick out? Unsmiling laughed coldly, but he gripped the dagger in his hand tightly. He didn't want to make the same mistake twice. However, he originally didn't want to cause trouble for these 2, but since they came looking for him, they couldn't blame him. Unsmiling thought. The vast expanse of grass also turned to look at Gu Fei, but his face was expressionless. You don't need to help me. I'm not helping you, I want to help them. Gu Fei said. Oh. The other party was puzzled for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Brother, do you want to play? Welcome, welcome. Gu Fei smiled, walked into the circle, stood in front of the vast expanse of grass, and said to the crowd, I'm here to teach you what PK is. Dual flame flash, flash. Flames surged, and the cleric who had tripped the vast expanse of grass had already disappeared. Fuck. Everyone cried out in shock. Stand to the side, I want to teach them a lesson. Gu Fei turned around and said to the vast expanse of grass. The vast expanse of grass was quite shocked. Just a single dual flame flash was enough to instantly kill the opposing cleric. This magic damage was too shocking. What was even more frightening was that Gu Fei was empty-handed, and didn't even use a weapon. Of course Gu Fei had a weapon, it was just that the people behind him didn't see it. Gu Fei quickly took out the dark stream sword from his pocket, chanted, attacked, and then quickly stuffed the sword back into his pocket. This was within the scope of the blade drawing technique. Legend has it that the blade drawing technique used the arc of the blade as well as the friction produced when it collided with the scabbard to create an instantaneous burst of power, achieving a power greater than a normal slash. But this was only a legend in the end. In reality, the true essence of the blade drawing technique lay in sneak attacks. With the blade in the scabbard, your opponent would naturally feel a sense of security. Then, if you suddenly went berserk and quickly drew the blade to deliver a fatal blow, the more fatigued opponent would most likely have already been taken down. If one really relied on the friction produced when the blade was drawn to produce lethality, that meant that after one quickly drew the blade for a slash, one had to quickly return the blade to the scabbard. Otherwise, how could one draw a second time? In this case, how to quickly and accurately return the blade to the scabbard was definitely a more difficult technique than how to quickly draw the blade. Many Japanese samurai were superstitious about the blade drawing technique, painstakingly practicing the technique of drawing and sheathing the blade, but in the end, they all failed in sheathing the blade. In the end, not only did they fail to master the blade drawing technique, they invented the brave technique of cutting the abdomen to commit suicide, which could be considered a marvel in the history of martial arts. At this time, Gu Fei used a bit of the blade drawing technique, but achieved the goal of concealing his weapon. To be honest, it was much easier to draw the sword from his pocket and then put it back than to use the scabbard. "You bastard!" one of the opponents roared, but what greeted him was another dual flame flash. The non-smilers group had a total of 6 people, and in the blink of an eye, 2 of them had already been sacrificed. The remaining 4 could no longer care about the vast wilderness. Clearly, Gu Fei was a more difficult opponent to deal with. The non-smiler was terrified. He wondered why the reborn amethyst would have so many powerful helpers. The previous one was 27,149, and now this one was. However, he did not have much time to ponder, because Gu Fei used another dual flame flash in a small arc, instantly killing the 2 people who rushed at him. In the blink of an eye, only the non-smiler and another axe-wielding warrior were left in the arena. "What level are you now?" Gu Fei suddenly asked the non-smiler. "Level 40. The non-smiler's footsteps were already showing signs of retreating. "You're actually higher than me." Gu Fei was dissatisfied. "Ah!" The axe-wielding warrior suddenly roared and slashed at him. Gu Fei dodged to the side. "You look familiar. What's your name?" "My name is Zhu Xian, remember it?" Zhu Xian roared. "Oh, alright, go." Gu Fei raised his hand, and Zhu Xian was instantly killed. The non-smiler was already trembling. Right now, he had lost all will to fight, and only wanted to escape. Just as he was about to disappear, there was a sudden gust of wind, followed by 2 arrows stabbing into the non-smiler's head. White light flashed. Gu Fei looked over and saw Yutian Shinming stomping his foot. "Fuck, you're PK again." Chapter 131. The group of people who were leveling up in the distance had already rushed over. Yutian Shinming in right hand, the 2 archers, were the fastest. When they arrived, they were able to finish off the enemy. The 2 of them sniped together and killed non-smiler in one shot. "You killed another 5 people." Yutian Shinming pointed at Gu Fei and said angrily. "Hey, don't say another so casually," Gu Fei said. Drifting and the girls, who were a bit slower, arrived one after another. From afar, there seemed to be a lot of people, but now there were only 3 people. "Is it done?" Drifting looked around. He really wanted to see Gu Fei's skills. On the way here, he saw streaks of white light. When he got closer, he saw that Luolua was a cleric, and the other girl was also a cleric. The one who made the white light could only be Gu Fei. It's okay. Let's go back and level up," Gu Fei said, clapping his hands. "You killed another 5 people." Yutian Shinming mumbled. He had received the quest to capture Gu Fei, so he could check Gu Fei's PK value at any time. What happened? The girls were gossipy, so they wouldn't leave until they got some information. While everyone was asking, their gazes fell on the vast expanse of Mang. "Hey, aren't you?" Yutian Shinming immediately recognized Boundless Mang. Although the 2 of them had only met for a short period of time a month ago, Imperial Sky God Ming was a little demon that was very interested in girls, and Boundless Mang was a pretty good-looking girl, which made it easy for him to maintain an impression. "You're from Moonlit Night City's Dust Guild, Boundless Mang." He could recognize her, but the name made Yutian Shinming think for a while. "You know each other?" Luolua's eyes lit up. Gu Fei's strange attitude towards this woman made her vaguely feel that there was something behind it. Now seeing Yutian Shinming's reaction, Luolua was even more convinced that there must be something behind it. "You are?" The vast Mang looked at Yutian Shinming in confusion. Obviously, she couldn't recognize Yutian Shinming anymore. After all, he had only appeared as one of the 4 followers of the Han family young master, and his scenes were limited. I've been to Moonlit Night City and met you, Yutian Shinming said. Oh. Mang Mang responded faintly, his gaze turning back to Gu Fei. Thank you. Cloud City is really a place where experts come from. Gu Fei smiled nonchalantly. It was always easier for girls to get close to each other. The girls surrounded him and began to ask questions such as, why did you come to Cloud City? Thus, Mang Mang gave a simple explanation of his situation. Just as Gu Fei thought, the Bygone Dust Guild had accumulated too much hatred in Moonlit Night City. In the process of fighting against Yun Zhongmu, more and more players in Moonlit Night City began to support Yun Zhongmu. Although Silvermoon still had the overpowered group battle skill, King's Command, the victory that he brought in a few dozen seconds didn't affect the overall situation at all. When the Bygone Dust Guild was the strongest in Moonlit Night City, they were indeed very arrogant and despotic. Now that the roles had been switched, the other players could be said to be crazy in their revenge. They killed on sight, showing no mercy. The hundreds of people from the Bygone Dust Guild became street rats. Wherever they went, they would be chased and beaten. Even if they left the guild, they wouldn't be let off. Forced into helplessness, some people left the game, some began to find their way to distant places, and only a few stubborn people were left in Moonlit Night City. The vast Mang Mang was undoubtedly one of them. And as a person at the heart of the struggle, she was even more miserable. There were often people who formed groups to kill her. Leveling up, drinking, and killing were the 3 main activities of some players every day. Have you killed the boundless Mang Mang? Became a popular catchphrase in Moonlit Night City. In such a harsh environment, Mang Mang was still surviving tenaciously like a cockroach, never having the thought of leaving Moonlit Night City. As for why he was so persistent, everyone was puzzled, but no one said a word. As for coming to Cloud City, she said she was looking for someone. Silver Moon. Yutian Shinming blurted out. In fact, he had wanted to ask about Silvermoon for a long time, but he just couldn't remember her name. The vast Mang Mang silently nodded. Thus, the girls began to inquire about Silvermoon's identity. Only after asking did she find out that there was actually a love story interspersed within. Immediately, her sympathy for the boundless Mang Mang deepened a little, and she almost wiped away her tears. Apart from that, the Moonlit Night City's valiant folkways also left a deep impression on the girls. Everyone asked, how does the rain in June survive in Moonlit Night City? Xiao Yu had yet to return from her mission in Moonlit Night City and had only kept in touch with the girls through text messages. Amethyst's reincarnation. Many of the later characters knew that there was a heroic figure in the guild who went to Moonlit Night City for a mission and didn't return for a month. I'll bring you back to Cloud City. Go offline and rest for now. Luo said to the vast expanse. Everyone could see the weariness on Mang Mang's face in the boundless wilderness. Is this delaying you? It was obvious that this group of people were leveling up here. It's okay, Luo said with a smile. Let me bring her back to the city. Gu Fei suddenly said. You? Luo was very surprised. Gu Fei had always been very indifferent towards Boundless Mang. Just now, when Boundless Mang recounted those tragic things, Gu Fei was not moved at all. Why did he suddenly become so warm-hearted? Could it be? Luo thought of something and pulled Gu Fei aside. What? Are you trying to take advantage of me? What? The Silver Moon she mentioned. They could send messages to each other in the game, so it was easier to communicate with each other than in real life. In real life, it was possible to not have a cell phone and not be able to find someone when the phone ran out of battery, but it was definitely not the case in the game. Under such circumstances, it was hard to imagine that he wasn't purposely avoiding her. Everyone had the same suspicions, but they didn't say anything. Damn, what are you thinking about? Gu Fei's face darkened. After giving Luoluo a disdainful look, he walked towards Yutian Shinming. I'll go back and clear my PK points. I'll look for you later. Oh. Yutian Shinming responded. Let's go. Gu Fei said to the vast expanse of grass in an unquestionable tone. Then, thank you. The vast expanse of grass didn't say anything else. You guys continue to practice. I'll be back in a bit. Gu Fei waved at everyone. With drifting around, his existence wasn't crucial in this team. With the vast expanse of grass, Gu Fei vaguely heard Yutian Shinming say to everyone, this vast expanse of grass. He was probably telling everyone about her glorious and arrogant days. In order to take into account the speed of the vast expanse of grass, the two didn't walk very fast. However, they didn't say anything. Luoluo could see Gu Fei's attitude towards the vast expanse of grass, so naturally, she could also sense the vast expanse of grass. Gu Fei didn't say anything, so she didn't say anything either. Silently returning to Cloud City, Gu Fei pointed in a certain direction. That's the nearest offline zone. Thank you, the vast expanse of grass said. Gu Fei nodded and prepared to leave without saying goodbye. Ah! The vast expanse of grass suddenly called out to him. Gu Fei turned around. I haven't asked for your name yet, the vast expanse of grass said. Qianli Yizue. Gu Fei answered her. Normally, players would turn on the friends switch and add each other as friends, but right now, Gu Fei didn't do this. Thank you. The vast expanse of grass said one last word and turned around to leave. Gu Fei stared blankly at her back for a moment before heading towards the place where the wanted missions were posted. The following task was a walk in the park for Gu Fei. He accepted the quest and chased after the target. There were a few players with PK values of 3 or 4 on the list. After Gu Fei easily dealt with them, his PK value dropped to 1 point. Then he left the city and returned to the leveling party. The girls were still talking about the vast expanse of the world. However, it was clear that Yutian Shinming had finished talking about the past of the vast expanse of grass. The vast expanse of grass suddenly became a controversial character. As to whether or not she deserved sympathy, the girls were divided into 2 factions. They stood on the left and right sides of the monster, arguing while throwing Skyfall fire wheels into the circle. Gu Fei smiled and came to Luoluo's side. What are you doing? Do you think the vast expanse of grass deserves sympathy? Luoluo asked. Not at all. Stand on the opposite side. Gu Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, in terms of numbers, the opposing side had the absolute advantage. It seemed that the arrogant and despotic person was really unpopular. At this time, Yutian Shinming came back with the monster. Gu Fei casually asked, Yutian, what do you think? Does that woman deserve sympathy? She deserves sympathy. Yutian Shinming nodded. Yutian is the most obedient. Luoluo nodded with satisfaction and rolled her eyes at Gu Fei. Then she looked at Yutian Shinming, who put on a cute smile. Then she winked at Gu Fei. No matter what, she's a pretty girl. How did it go? Did you get her? Go away, Gu Fei scolded. Yutian Shinming didn't dare to offend Gu Fei, so she ran away to attract the monster. Drifting, what do you think of that woman? Gu Fei had nothing to do. Drifting stood in the corner of the left and right sides. If you didn't ask, you wouldn't be able to tell his position. Nothing, just a game, Drifting said disapprovingly. In this world, powerful people are all like that. Really? Why aren't you like that? Gu Fei said. Drifting glanced at him. That day in the tavern, I helped you kill 5 people in 1 second. Gu Fei was speechless. She killed 5 people in 1 second without asking. That was indeed an arrogant example. Chapter 132. Watching the girls fight a few more waves of monsters, Gu Fei waved at Yutian Shinming, okay, finish your quest. Yutian Shinming was startled. Now? Gu Fei nodded. I'm not done leveling yet. Yutian Shinming said. It doesn't matter if I'm not here. Gu Fei said. Actually, it's like this. Yutian Shinming came over and pulled Gu Fei to the side, whispering sneakily, look, so many girls are watching. If I kill you in front of everyone, even though you're helping me complete the quest, but, I'll definitely be despised. Gu Fei sneered, you're quite demanding. Just a small request. Yutian Shinming said pitifully. Forget it, I'll help you to the end. Let's find a place with no one around and finish it off. Gu Fei said. Thank you, brother. Blood brother. Yutian Shinming was moved to tears. The two returned to the leveling party. Yutian Shinming went to lure monsters, and Gu Fei stood to the side, bored. The gossipy Luo Luo ran over. What are you two whispering about? Gu Fei glanced at her, stand there sympathetically. Humph. Luo Luo was rebuffed and walked away angrily. Before she left, she used a healing spell on Gu Fei as revenge. Not doing anything, just squatting on the side and eating experience for free, this was something that many people envied. But this was completely different from the purpose of Gu Fei's game. Gu Fei didn't care about experience or equipment, he just wanted a creature with reactions to fight. If I can't even achieve such a simple wish, then what's the point of leveling? The sight of Gu Fei squatting on the side drawing circles and sighing could be seen by everyone. Everyone couldn't help but think, this old man is too hard to please. It looks like he's very dissatisfied with his leveling speed. While he was thinking, Gu Fei suddenly stood up and waved his hand at everyone. You guys continue practicing. I'm going to take a look over there. Which way? Everyone asked. Gu Fei waved his hand and pointed in that direction. He waved his hand in a circle. Over there. Gu Fei randomly pointed in a circle, turned around, and ran. With his speed, in the blink of an eye, he was already a small black dot in everyone's eyes. It's too boring. I'll practice by myself. Call me when you're done. Gu Fei left a message for Yutian Shinming. After that, Gu Fei found a place not far away to farm monsters by himself. During this time, Luo Luo messaged him a few times asking where he went, but Gu Fei just found an excuse to avoid her. It wasn't until Yutian Shinming sent a message saying that he was going back to the city that he came to meet up with everyone. Hi. Gu Fei, who had been practicing his skills, swept away the gloominess he had when he was with everyone and greeted them with a radiant smile. Everyone looked at him. Gu Fei didn't pay much attention to them. He grabbed Yutian Shinming and walked to the side. You guys go back first. I have something to do with Yutian. Ah. Sister Luo Luo. Yutian Shinming looked at the girls led by Luo Luo and was reluctant to leave. Do you want the girls or the wind-chasing boots? Gu Fei asked him. This choice made Yutian Shinming miserable. He had an unbearable expression on his face. He stared at the girls' backs as they walked further and further away. Let's do it. I'll turn around. Otherwise, I'll have a conditioned reflex. Gu Fei said as he turned his back to Yutian Shinming. He even used his hands to cover his ears. After practicing martial arts for so many years, his body had already formed some instincts. When faced with an attack head-on, Gu Fei was worried that he would subconsciously dodge. Subconscious was usually a reaction that didn't go through the brain. It was said to be the fastest. Yutian Shinming drew his bow and knocked an arrow. He looked at Gu Fei, and his hands were actually trembling. Gu Fei was really too kind. How could Yutian Shinming do it? After waiting for a long time, but the arrow didn't come. Gu Fei turned around and saw Yutian Shinming holding his bow in a daze. He didn't know what he was thinking. His dazed expression made Gu Fei angry. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, I still have to go to work tomorrow. This roar made Yutian Shinming tremble. He couldn't help but let go of his bow, and the arrow flew out with a "so" sound. But just as Gu Fei expected, before his brain could even process the attack, his body's instinctive reaction had already come out. He dodged to the side. Yutian Shenming was immediately furious. He had gone through a lot of mental struggle before releasing this arrow. How could Gu Fei dodge it? Gu Fei helplessly said, "This is my instinct as a martial arts practitioner. You can do it again." After saying this, he turned around and covered his ears. At this time, Yutian Shenming was also inspired. After knocking the arrow, he closed his eyes. Sure enough, after not seeing Gu Fei, his psychological burden decreased a lot. He clenched his teeth and released the arrow. About half a minute later, Yutian Shenming slowly opened his eyes. He saw Gu Fei staring at him with a dark face. What's going on? Yutian Shenming was puzzled. Even though his eyes were closed, Yutian Shenming, who had immersed himself in archery for so long, believed that his hands were still very steady. Since he had already aimed at the target, he wouldn't miss even if he closed his eyes. Gu Fei's face was expressionless. He reached out a hand and felt around behind him. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth and used force. Then, he grabbed an arrow and handed it to Yutian Shenming. "Classmate Yutian, stop playing around. Can you give me a quick death?" Yutian Shenming's head was covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly took the arrow. "Sorry, I forgot to use my skill." Gu Fei didn't say anything. He just pulled out the sword from his pocket. He turned around and covered his ears while saying indifferently, "If you don't die, I'll kill you. Don't worry." Yutian Shenming said. After shooting Gu Fei, Yutian Shenming didn't feel so restrained anymore. He steadily knocked the arrow, took aim, closed his eyes, and fired a sniper shot. "How is it?" Yutian Shenming shouted. There was no reply. When he opened his eyes, Gu Fei's figure was already nowhere to be seen. He then opened his quest window and saw that the wanted mission was also completed. Yutian Shenming let out a long breath. He opened his friends list and sent a message to Gu Fei. The system very humorously told him, "The user you contacted is not in the service area." Fuck. Yutian Shenming cursed and silently walked into the city alone. Gu Fei, who had been hit by Yutian Shenming's sniper shot, suddenly felt his vision go dark. Then, he was sent to the dungeon. The dungeon was dim, the air was cold, and the environment wasn't very comfortable. Gu Fei looked around. The room was quite big, and the players were sitting on the floor in groups of 3 to 5. Seeing that there was a newcomer, everyone looked over curiously. Some of them opened their mouths to shout, but when Gu Fei turned around to let them see his face, a few of them immediately shut their mouths. Gu Fei scratched his head, and his expression was quite uncomfortable. In this room, there were a few people who were sent to the dungeon by Gu Fei. Frankly speaking, there weren't many people in Cloud City who did wanted missions. For people with PK value, the biggest worry was that they would suffer a heavy penalty of 2 levels after dying. In the game, it wasn't that easy to die. The NPCs in the leveling area weren't too difficult to kill. With the most basic equipment, they could already deal with monsters of the same level. Therefore, the probability of dying in the hands of NPCs while leveling was definitely lower than in PK. On the other hand, wanted missions were real PK, players who didn't have absolute confidence in themselves wouldn't choose to take this risk. As for Moonlit Night City, the situation was different from Cloud City. The players there lived in the high risk of PK all day long, and naturally, they would try their best to not have PK value. Therefore, most of the businesses in Cloud City's dungeon were taken care of by Gu Fei alone. For example, those with high PK value would sit in the dungeon for 8 to 10 hours. But squatting in this empty room for such a long time wasn't something that everyone could endure. The game design was quite benevolent. The dungeon was set as a safe zone, and players could go online and offline at will. However, if you wanted to leave the dungeon, you had to accumulate enough time to meet the requirements of your sentence, not even a second less. Therefore, although the total time was only a few hours, some people didn't have the willpower to finish it all in one go. Therefore, every day, they would go online and sit in the dungeon, and it would take a few days for them to finish their sentence. At this time, there were a few people in front of Gu Fei. Two of them were very familiar. They seemed to have been sent in during the PK just now. The rest were slightly more familiar, probably from a few days ago. As for the rest, Gu Fei didn't know them, but since no one did the PK mission, Gu Fei guessed that they should be Yutian Shenming's clients. Looking at these guys awkwardly, Gu Fei didn't know whether he should greet them or not. Instead, the client who was suspected to be Yutian Shenming leaned over to Gu Fei. "Brother, who sent you in? Was it an archer?" One of them described. "Who else could it be but Yutian Shenming?" Gu Fei used facts to speak. He nodded and said, "Yes." When these people learned that Gu Fei was also sent in by Yutian Shenming, they immediately became closer to Gu Fei. "Fuck, that idiot." After comforting Gu Fei with a few words, he pointed to the players sitting over there and said, "Those people were sent in by an idiot mage." Gu Fei wanted to cry but had no tears. He smiled bitterly and said, "The idiot mage you're talking about is me, ah." The few people were shocked. They flashed 3 meters away from Gu Fei with the speed of a leopard. Another person crawled in front of a few of Gu Fei's clients. After confirming Gu Fei's identity, everyone cast a look of contempt at him. Gu Fei was helpless. He only cared about helping Yutian Shenming and neglected this problem. The dungeon was a group of people who hated him the most recently gathered here. Moreover, the dungeon was a safe zone. It was impossible for players to come into contact with each other. Gu Fei wasn't afraid of being ganged up on, but he was troubled by the fact that he couldn't use force to intimidate the other party. The group of people had no fear at this time. They gathered together and whispered, often saying some dirty words. Gu Fei sighed. It seemed that he wouldn't have an easy time for the next 2 hours. Maybe he should go offline and come back tomorrow. As he was thinking, there were a few flashes of light in the room. 3 more players were sent in. Chapter 133. The white light faded. When the 3 of them appeared, they looked very different from the other players. Players who were not in prison would still be so spirited. Even Gu Fei, who loved helping others and sacrificed himself for others, would not be smiling when he was in prison. However, when the 3 of them saw that there were many people in the prison, they immediately looked around with interest. The people in the prison were now divided into 2 factions. Gu Fei was the leader and the only representative of the melancholy faction. He sat alone in the left corner of the cell and spaced out, wondering if he should go offline. The other people were all indignant. They formed a circle under the right wall of the cell and glared at Gu Fei angrily. If the cell was not a safe zone, they would have already started fighting. When the 3 of them saw the situation, they knew that Gu Fei was the one being ostracized. But the problem was that they did not know each other in the game and had only been together for a few hours in prison. It seemed like there was no need to deliberately ostracize someone. As they thought about it, the 3 of them moved closer to the crowd. "Hello, brothers." The leader of the group greeted them cheerfully. It was definitely rare to be in such a good mood while in prison. The people under the wall were also curious about this person's state of mind. They all looked up at the newcomers. "Are you guys wanted by an archer?" One of the players asked. "Ah. No, we came in on our own," the 3 of them answered. Everyone was stunned. Turning themselves in. That was rare. If a person really wanted to clear their PK points, they would ask a few friends to help them complete the quest. If they were so honest and willing to turn themselves in, they would probably be honest and not participate in PK. The 3 of them smiled and pointed at Gu Fei in the corner. That person, the players under the wall immediately began to denounce him. At first, it was just whispers, but gradually, the crowd became agitated. Their voices became louder and louder, and more vulgar words came out of their mouths. Finally, Gu Fei could not hold it in anymore. He suddenly stood up from the corner and slowly walked to the front of the crowd. "What do you want?" Everyone stared at Gu Fei. Although those who had fought against Gu Fei knew how powerful he was, they were basically all killed in an instant. However, they were in the safe zone, so no matter how fierce Gu Fei was, he could not do anything to them. Everyone was still very brave. "That's one thing, but don't be too harsh with your words. Pay attention to your manners." Gu Fei stood up straight and lectured the people who were squatting in the corner. "Fuck. Why do you care?" Everyone straightened their necks and replied. Gu Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I don't care about others, but aren't you talking about me? Actually, we should all condemn that archer together. I was also plotted against by that fellow. I share the same fate as you." As soon as these words came out, more than half of the people were moved. They were sent to prison by Yutian Shinming. Even if the mage in front of them had done a wanted mission, it had nothing to do with them. On the contrary, from the fact that he was sent to prison by Yutian Shinming, he should be on the same side as them. After all, Yutian Shinming had been the one who was busy with this business for the past 2 days. Overall, most of the clients in the prison belonged to Yutian Shinming. At this time, when Gu Fei's client saw that most of the people had their own thoughts after Gu Fei's words, he quickly stopped them. "Don't be fooled, they must be together." Under Gu Fei's lead, everyone looked at the person as if they were looking at an idiot. Even the 3 newcomers at the side chimed in, "Together. Together, they should be sent to prison. Who knows? There must be a reason." The person shouted. Everyone snorted at him. Gu Fei sighed in his heart. That was why there was a saying, "The truth is often in the hands of the few." Speaking of which, did you see what the archer looked like? I was ambushed by that kid from behind. I couldn't see it clearly. Gu Fei used Yutian Shinming as an example to completely divert everyone's attention. His strategy was undoubtedly successful. Everyone started talking about Yutian Shinming. As Gu Fei expected, with Yutian Shinming's archer fighting style, half of his clients were sent to prison without even seeing his shadow. The rest did not get a chance to get close to him either. They were taken down by Yutian Shinming's sneak attacks from afar. Not a single one of them actually saw Yutian Shinming's face clearly. That's too despicable, too shameless. Everyone strongly condemned. That's right, that's right. Gu Fei chuckled as he echoed. His clients couldn't get a word in. They were dejectedly squatting to the side, looking at Gu Fei with hatred. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. His gaze turned to the 3 newcomers. The light in the prison was dim. Without a certain distance, it was difficult to see the person clearly. Unexpectedly, he was immediately startled and blurted out, "Silvermoon." The one on the left was none other than Silvermoon, the former leader of Dust Guild in Moonlit Night City. The 3 of them were originally smiling and sizing up Gu Fei. It was obvious that they were more interested in Gu Fei. The people in this room were all losers who had been sent to prison after piking. The difference was that Gu Fei had piked some of them. From the point of daring to do a wanted mission, Gu Fei was a talent. As for why he was also defeated and sent to prison, the 3 of them clearly heard that he had been ambushed by an archer. Archers had an advantage against mages, not to mention being ambushed. This didn't mean that Gu Fei was bad. However, the 3 of them didn't expect that after this guy suddenly turned around and saw the 3 of them, he immediately called out Silvermoon's name. "You are." Silvermoon was puzzled. As the leader of a guild, there were naturally a lot of people who knew him. However, the problem was that it should have been in Moonlit Night City, and this was Cloud City. No one should be able to call out his name so easily. Gu Fei had also calmed down at this time. With a calm face, he said, I've been to Moonlit Night City. I've heard of you and seen you. Oh. The three of them looked relieved, and Silvermoon was still a little proud. This really shows that I was a famous figure in the past, and people from other places look up to me like I'm a famous person, and I have a photographic memory, to the point of being able to recognize me at a glance. While reveling in it, her good impression of Gu Fei also deepened. This brother. Just as she wanted to ask for Gu Fei's name, she found that he had disappeared. When she looked down again, she saw that Gu Fei had already squatted down with the group of trash that Silvermoon thought were PK'd. Silvermoon was a little confused. Why was this person more interested in this group of commoners than him? Thinking about it, Silvermoon also squatted down in the crowd and said to everyone, Everyone, what's the name of this archer who bullied you? It's fate that we met here. When we get out, I'll avenge you. As he said this, he squeezed a smile at Gu Fei. Smile your ass. Can't you see that I don't want to talk to you? Gu Fei thought in his heart and moved half a step to the side. It's like someone wants to squeeze you when you're squatting in the latrine. How disgusting. Silvermoon misunderstood Gu Fei's thoughts again. He thought that Gu Fei was afraid of squeezing him and was kind enough to give him some space. He was even happier and looked at everyone affectionately, waiting for their reply. Who are you? Someone suddenly said, spoiling the mood. Gu Fei immediately burst out laughing. Everyone looked at him in surprise, not understanding what Gu Fei was laughing about. Gu Fei hurriedly calmed down and introduced Silvermoon to everyone. Silvermoon, from Moonlit Night City. Have you heard of the Dust Guild? Oh. Everyone chanted in unison. Silvermoon's name was even more well-known than the melee mage 27149 who had cut down the non-smiler 8 times. However, the melee mage was mysterious because of his identity, while Silvermoon was mysterious because of his equipment. Large-scale gang wars in Moonlit Night City had long spread to the forums. Both sides engaged in a war of words while researching and discussing Silvermoon's equipment. It was said that this guy had a sword with an additional skill that could inject the members of his side with chicken blood and make them all very fierce. The name of this skill was rumored to be golden armor all over the city. This topic was also discussed for a long time, until the Dust Guild was completely defeated. It was only when Silvermoon's sword lost its meaning that it gradually died down. After that, there was no big movement from Silvermoon. It was said that he had already run away. Now it seemed that this was true. Otherwise, why would everyone see him in the dungeon of Cloud City? Everyone's, oh, lasted for a long time. After the, oh, they pretty much sorted out their thoughts. Silvermoon looked very proud of this, oh, as if he had pushed everyone to the climax. Silvermoon, who had succeeded, looked at everyone proudly. Everyone looked back with a smile, thinking, damn, a stray dog still has such a fucking YY look in his eyes. Although he was a defeated general, Silvermoon was still an expert, which was why he felt so good about himself. Unfortunately, there was no rule that said experts couldn't be looked down upon. Silvermoon was now an expert that was being looked down upon. Everyone looked at his gorgeous equipment and couldn't help but sigh, this guy is really dressed coquettishly. At this time, Silvermoon didn't know what everyone was thinking and said, I have a new mercenary group now. Do you guys want to take revenge? I think I can help. We all know each other, so I won't charge you any fees. When everyone heard that someone was willing to stand up and be an ingrate, and for free, who wouldn't be happy? They immediately provided Silvermoon with the information they knew about Yutian Shinming. Gu Fei listened on the side and added from time to time. In the end, Yutian Shinming was described by everyone as tall and fat, with oily hair and a powdered face. When he walked, his heels didn't touch the ground, and his eyes were overflowing with wretchedness. If Silvermoon really could find Yutian Shinming like this, Gu Fei didn't know what to say. That was God's will. God's arrangement was the greatest. Yutian Shinming, just give up. As the discussion heated up, a few of Gu Fei's clients, who had been ignored all this time, suddenly said, "Boss Silvermoon, then can you help us take revenge?" "Of course." Silvermoon was just about to say, "of course," when she suddenly realized that the enemy of these guys was Gu Fei. Silvermoon had a good impression of this mage who recognized Silvermoon at a glance, so he didn't say it out loud. In the end, he put on the appearance of an otherworldly master. "Everyone meeting in prison is fate. This. I really don't want to do it." After saying this, he smiled at Gu Fei. His intention to rope in Gu Fei was already clear. The few people snorted and didn't say anything else. Silvermoon immediately felt that his relationship with Gu Fei had gotten closer. He leaned over and asked, "Brother, what's your name?" "Qianli Yishui." Gu Fei said. "When did you go to Moonlit Night City?" "I don't think I've seen you before." Silvermoon asked. "Very early. You're a big shot. Even if I saw you, I wouldn't remember." Gu Fei said this, but in his heart, he muttered, "What's there to talk about? Brother has already cut you twice, don't you know?" Silvermoon nodded and continued, "It's like this. I've come to Cloud City to play. This time, I'm preparing to develop a mercenary group. Brother, are you interested in joining my group?" "Sorry, I already have a group." Gu Fei said. "Oh, which mercenary group?" Silvermoon said. Our idiot leader doesn't let us casually say it to others. He said to maintain a sense of mystery." Gu Fei said. Child Elite Group was the instigator of the collapse of Dust Guild. Gu Fei didn't know if Silvermoon knew the ins and outs of this matter. But from the elite group itself, it was very easy to be exposed. This was because the group had Han family young master and sword demon. Gu Fei remembered that during the Battle of Moonlit Night City, these guys didn't cover their faces. As for calling Han family young master an idiot, it was just a simple way to vent his feelings. When he thought of that guy, Gu Fei subconsciously wanted to give him an attribute. But Silvermoon misunderstood. The title of idiot leader made him feel that Gu Fei was dissatisfied with this mercenary group. He immediately said with a slightly indignant tone, "There's even this rule. It's really strange." Gu Fei smiled, but didn't reply. The conversation between the two suddenly couldn't continue. A Yutian Shinming's client came over and said, "Boss Silvermoon, what level are you? We can't even appraise it." Silvermoon smiled proudly. "Level 40. Gu Fei was shocked to hear that. He quickly used appraisal on Silvermoon, and sure enough, it showed that the appraisal had failed. Although Gu Fei's appraisal level wasn't very high, he was only a bit stuck when it came to appraising equipment. It wasn't a problem for him to appraise the basic attributes of a profession. A failed appraisal could only mean that Silvermoon's level was higher than his. As he said, he was level 40. Everyone couldn't help but look at him in a new light for him to be able to maintain such a high level after the PK war in Moonlit Night City. But Gu Fei knew that it wasn't that simple. Players who hadn't been to Moonlit Night City couldn't understand the resentment between the two major forces there. Previous Dust had been defeated and trampled on for a month, but he was still level 30. How did Silvermoon rush to level 40? Could it be that Cloud Dusk and the others loved him? Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but ask, "Right, I remember you have a wife. Her name is quite long, her." "Don't mention it." Silvermoon looked unlucky. "What's wrong?" Gu Fei asked. Femme fatale. Femme fatale. I don't want to talk about it anymore." Silvermoon waved his hands repeatedly. But for some reason, his voice seemed to be a bit loud, so loud that Gu Fei wasn't the only one who heard it. Prison was a very boring thing. Hearing that there seemed to be a story here, everyone crowded over and pestered Silvermoon to tell them. Silvermoon looked very reluctant, but she couldn't stand everyone's pestering. She sighed and said, "That woman was quite good when we first met. We played together, founded the Dust Guild together, and developed it to become the #1 guild in Moonlit Night City. But after that, she gradually changed. She started to follow some people in the guild who weren't very moral. They became arrogant and despotic, causing trouble everywhere. I can say a few words to others or kick them out of the guild, but what about her? I still had to follow her and clean up her mess. Even so, I didn't manage to do anything. In the end, I still offended all the players in Moonlit Night City. And then, this is what you see. Femme fatale, femme fatale. Everyone sighed. Gu Fei didn't bat an eyelid and asked again, then what about her now? After previous dust collapsed, I don't know where she went. She didn't even reply to my messages. Who knows? Silvermoon smiled bitterly. Heartless and heartless, heartless and heartless. The crowd said one after another. Silvermoon didn't say anything and let out a long sigh. Everyone came over to comfort him, but Gu Fei was indifferent. To the unfamiliar players in Cloud City, Silvermoon's words were enough to fool them. However, as the direct cause of previous dust's collapse, Gu Fei could easily tell who was real and who was fake. Boundless Mang was arrogant and despotic, but this temperament could be seen everywhere in Moonlit Night City, as if it was part of their main city culture. Silvermoon pushed the reason why previous Dust's guild wasn't well liked to the Boundless Mang and a few people who weren't very moral. It was obvious that a rat's poop spoiled the whole pot of porridge. But in reality, none of the previous Dust members that Gu Fei had seen weren't arrogant. And Silvermoon himself seemed to be a harmonious person, but Gu Fei remembered that when he first arrived in Moonlit Night City, he was the person with the highest PK value on the wanted list. Right now, Silvermoon was dressed in a good outfit and was sitting in jail with a smile on his face. On the other hand, the Boundless Mang outside was being killed by people. Just now, he was almost beaten to death. Boundless Mang might be one of the sources of trouble, but the truly heartless one was Silvermoon. Disdain, endless disdain. Chapter 134. Gu Fei was full of disdain. Silvermoon did not notice it at all. After his speech, he won everyone's sympathy, and the people in the room became more familiar with each other. She had to admit that Silvermoon was worthy of being the leader of a large guild. After entering the prison cell, she had become the core of the room. Everyone naturally surrounded him, making Gu Fei feel very sad and indignant. Silvermoon was really good. After telling the story, he started to take out his pocket and called out to everyone. Everyone is bored, right? I have something to kill time with. What? What? Everyone asked. Silvermoon smiled and opened his palm. Everyone stretched their necks to take a look, and their eyes lit up. There were 3 dice in Silvermoon's palm. Do you want to play a few rounds? Silvermoon smiled. Everyone nodded. You guys want to come too? Silvermoon called out to a few of Gu Fei's clients in the corner. Ever since Gu Fei instigated Yutian Shinming's clients, these guys were very depressed and kept their distance from the others. They looked at each other. Prison was so boring, and everyone wanted to have fun. They were hesitating because they couldn't bring themselves to do it. Come on. The more the merrier. Silvermoon shouted and said to his 2 companions, go get them too. Silvermoon's 2 friends were about to get up, but the others had already hurriedly borrowed the opportunity to run over. Gu Fei sneered. Get. Players in the safe zone could not interact with each other. However, Silvermoon was good at winning people over. He was a big scammer. After calling out to the group, Silvermoon saw that Gu Fei did not seem to have any intention of coming over, so he quickly waved. Brother Qianli, come and play with us. No. Gu Fei smiled. I'm a little tired. I'll lie here for a while. You guys play. He put his hands behind his head and laid down on the ground. Silvermoon was quite disappointed. He really wanted to rope in Gu Fei, but it seemed that this kid didn't fall for it. She wanted to greet him again, but Gu Fei turned around and faced her with his butt. Silvermoon swallowed her words. Everyone knew how to play dice. It was as if they weren't competing on luck, but on their loudness. A group of people shouted and almost flipped the dungeon upside down. Under such circumstances, how could Gu Fei really fall asleep? He was already feeling a little regretful. Lying in such a noisy environment for 2 hours with no one to talk to, wasn't this just asking for trouble? Thinking of this, Gu Fei rolled over and turned around. Silvermoon was looking at him with a mischievous smile. How is it? Can't sleep, right? Gu Fei nodded. Forget it, I'll go too. Silvermoon was all smiles as she squeezed out a spot for Gu Fei. That's right. Otherwise, it would be boring to just sit here and do nothing. By the way, how long will you be in prison? 2 hours, Gu Fei replied casually. Oh. What about you guys? Silvermoon asked the others. The first topic of conversation when they met in prison was, of course, how many hours? No one doubted Silvermoon's question, and everyone answered truthfully. Because Yutian Shinming and Gu Fei both took high PK quests, the group's sentences weren't light. After a round of reporting, Gu Fei's 2 hours turned out to be the shortest. But because the others had come in early, they were already nearing the end and were sprinting ahead. But the last moment was often the most difficult. Fortunately, Silvermoon suddenly brought such a game in. With something to play, time naturally passed faster, not to mention gambling was a very popular form of entertainment. Gu Fei came and went, fully immersed in the game. It was just that he didn't cherish the game coins as much as ordinary players. Although it was commendable that he was happy to win and happy to lose, he didn't have as much fun. The other players were different. They shouted and glared at each other, competing fiercely. Those who won wanted to win more, and those who lost naturally wanted to win back their losses. Gambling was such an addictive game. Most of the players weren't very rich, and some of them had terrible luck. After playing for a while, they lost all their money. At this time, Silvermoon would pull out a knife to help, taking out a few gold coins and handing them over. She didn't say that she was giving them money, but that she was borrowing them. The players who borrowed money would naturally continue playing. Those who won would return the money on the spot, and those who lost would borrow again. Later on, everyone got used to it. Once they lost all their money, they would directly reach out to Silvermoon. Silvermoon didn't refuse either. Gu Fei, who clearly didn't lack money, tried to stretch out his hand, and Silvermoon handed over 5 gold coins in the same way. Because he didn't trust Silvermoon's character, Gu Fei couldn't help but be suspicious. But looking closely at the game, he didn't find anything strange. Everyone's game was super simple. There was no distinction between the banker and the idle player. Everyone put down a gold coin and then rolled the dice. The one with the biggest color would take all the dice, and if there were 2 of the same size, then they would split it evenly. This could be said to be the simplest gambling method that completely relied on luck. There was no need to consider psychology. Looking closely at everyone's wins and losses and expressions, Gu Fei also found that everyone was the most simple gambler, including Silvermoon. It seems like they're just killing time. Gu Fei denied the idea that Silvermoon was plotting something. Frankly speaking, if Gu Fei wanted to win, it would be very easy. If it was just shaking the dice cup, Gu Fei wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. But directly throwing the dice on the ground, even though he hadn't practiced it before, with Gu Fei's skills, he would be able to accurately throw the number he needed 2 or 3 times out of 10. This was much more likely to win than others who relied on luck alone. But Gu Fei didn't use it. He just casually threw the dice and tried his luck. Firstly, he didn't think it was necessary. Secondly, throwing the 3 dice to the required number was not an easy task. It was much more difficult than throwing a flying knife to stab someone to death. If he really threw the dice like that, Gu Fei reckoned that it wouldn't take long for his arms and hands to cramp. Ingenuity was actually the most difficult thing to do. Thus, a group of criminals continued to engage in theoretically illegal gambling in prison. Regardless of whether they won or lost, everyone felt that time was flying by. Many people were sent out of the prison on time. Seeing that one guy had just won a big bet before leaving and was happily throwing himself on the ground to collect money when he was sent out, the others became more cautious. After all, it was a game. The task column was calculating how long it would take before they could be released. Therefore, those who were paying attention to the time had to make every second count. Those who knew that they didn't have much time left were all reluctant to leave. Some who were in high spirits looked as if they were about to die. The charm of gambling could be seen clearly. And because Gu Fei didn't care much about winning or losing, he naturally wouldn't be reluctant to leave. Seeing that it was almost time to be released, his heart was jumping with joy. As for how much he had won or lost, he didn't know. He only remembered that he owed Silvermoon 5 gold coins. At this time, the players in the room were all released. Only Gu Fei and Silvermoon's 3 companions were left. With fewer people, it wasn't that lively, but there was more chatting. Qianli, I knew you weren't an ordinary person the first time I saw you. Silvermoon praised Gu Fei. Ha! Gu Fei laughed. Think about it. Join my mercenary group. Together, we'll create the #1 mercenary group in Cloud City. Silvermoon said. This is not necessary. Gu Fei said. Silvermoon laughed, then I won't force you. In short, you can come whenever you want in the future. When we get out, add me as a friend. In prison, all kinds of communication was prohibited. Adding friends was also part of the scope of communication. Regarding Silvermoon's suggestion, Gu Fei didn't comment. Silvermoon looked at the time. You don't have many minutes left, right? Gu Fei nodded, 16 minutes. Saying this, he raised the dice in his hand and threw it. Without batting an eyelid, he grabbed the gold coins on the ground. Your luck is pretty good. You won a few rounds in a row. Silvermoon was surprised. Gu Fei had a face of annoyance, depressing. Why didn't I have this luck when there were so many people? At this time, there were only 4 people. Winning 1 round would only earn him 3 gold coins. It couldn't be compared to before. And the 4 people's game was also very fast. Gu Fei even took out the stance of when the others were about to leave. Silvermoon pointed at him and teased, you bastard. I didn't see you playing like this before. Now that your luck is good, you're full of energy. What, you want to rip me off? Gu Fei laughed. How much money do you have on you? Maybe we can play a little bigger. Silvermoon said. Okay, 12 gold coins as a base, Gu Fei said. 12. Why 12? Silvermoon was very puzzled by this strange number. Gu Fei laughed, with the 3 of you, it'll be easier to split the spoils after 12 wins. In a 3 against 1, as long as one of the 3 had more points than Gu Fei, it was equal to winning. Gu Fei, on the other hand, had to have more points than all 3 of them. This was no longer luck, but a problem of probability and mathematical statistics. Silvermoon heard this and immediately became angry. Qianli, what do you mean? Are you saying that the 3 of us want to cheat you together? Gu Fei's smile didn't diminish. Can't you tell I'm joking? Silvermoon still had an angry expression of being wronged. Gu Fei said, you see, if I really suspected you were thinking of something, would I agree to increase the bet? Do you think I'm stupid? Hearing this, Silvermoon's expression softened a lot and she nodded. I thought Qianli really thought I was that kind of person. Of course not. Gu Fei laughed dryly. Since that's the case, then it won't be 12. 13 gold coins as a base, how about it? No problem. Silvermoon gladly accepted. About 14 minutes later, the bet had to be stopped. One of the 3 people in Silvermoon's group was pale. I'm out of money. Gu Fei's expression was even more serious than his. Looking at the small gold mountain in front of him, he was dumbfounded, so my luck today was all accumulated in these few minutes. Silvermoon's small face was also pale. She dryly said, "You're really lucky." "Yes, yes." Gu Fei nodded as he desperately put money in his pocket. In the end, there were only 5 gold coins left and he returned it to Silvermoon. "I borrowed 5 from you before." "Forget it, it's only 5 gold coins, what's there to return?" Silvermoon waved her hand. "Take it. Take it." Gu Fei forced it into Silvermoon's hand and patted his own pocket. "I've already taken a lot from you." The corner of Silvermoon's eye twitched a few times. Gu Fei looked at the guy who lost everything. "Do you want me to lend you a few? Otherwise, you won't be able to continue after I leave." The guy shook his head, not saying anything. "You really don't need it?" Gu Fei asked. "No," the guy said with a dry throat. "Oh. Then, I'm leaving." Gu Fei got up. The 3 nodded. Silvermoon said, "Let's keep in touch." "How long are you going to sit here?" Gu Fei asked. "A little more than 4 hours, Silvermoon said." "Good luck." "Goodbye." Gu Fei glanced at the guy who lost all his money and waved goodbye. In the blink of an eye, a white light flashed, and the guy was sent out of the cell. Fuck. As soon as Gu Fei left, the guy who lost everything was already angrily pounding the floor. Another person picked up the 3 dice on the floor and looked around. Is there really such good luck? What else could it be? Silvermoon asked. Skill. One person was puzzled. With this skill, I'd be rich long ago. How many lousy gold coins can I win from you? Silvermoon didn't think much of it. The other 2 had nothing to say, they were all puzzled. In fact, how could Silvermoon be happy? He lost as much as the other 2 guys. Forget it, who cares? There's finally no one in the cell, let's hurry up and finish the task. After Silvermoon said this, the other 2 nodded, and the 3 of them busied themselves in the cell. After being sent out of the dungeon, Gu Fei let out a long breath. The game environment was too realistic, and the air in the dungeon was damp and rotten. The game designer knew that this was only a simulation, and in reality, it was harmless to the human body, so they were so bold. However, the psychological impact was still obvious. Gu Fei came out and took 2 breaths, suddenly feeling that the world was so beautiful, and he didn't want to go back to prison even if he was beaten to death. After calming down, he saw a person sitting on the stone steps of the door. Gu Fei was startled for a moment before he walked over. The person heard the footsteps behind him and quickly turned his head. "It's you," the other person said in a daze. It was Boundless Mang. Gu Fei sighed and asked, "Are you waiting for Silvermoon?" Boundless Mang nodded. "I just sent him a message, and the system said, not in service area. He should be in prison." Gu Fei nodded. "He's in prison, I saw him." "Oh." Mang responded, but there was no joy on his face. "I'm leaving. Goodbye." Gu Fei walked out a few steps, then looked back. He sat alone on the stone steps in the vast and boundless wilderness. It was a very desolate scene. Gu Fei thought about it, then finally turned around and walked in front of Boundless Mang. Boundless Mang raised his head and looked at Gu Fei. "There are some things I think you should know," Gu Fei said. Boundless Mang continued to look at him. Gu Fei didn't pay much attention, and repeated what Silvermoon had said in prison. Boundless Mang's expression didn't change much, no anger, no sadness, just quietly listening to everything Gu Fei said. "I still want to ask him personally," Boundless Mang said. Gu Fei nodded, turned around, and walked away. After 5 steps, he suddenly turned back. He said he needs another 4 hours before he can come out, or you can go offline and rest for a while. Okay. Boundless Mang nodded. Gu Fei turned around and left. This time he didn't look back, and walked all the way to the safe zone and went offline. The next day, as soon as he came online, he received a message from Yutian Shinming, asking him to go to Little Ray's bar. When he arrived at the bar and entered the private room, the other 5 members of the mercenary group were all there. Every night before they started leveling, the mercenary group members seemed to have gotten used to sitting here for a while. To be honest, if it wasn't for this habit, it was hard to say if there would be any interaction between the 6 of them. This was because the mercenary group hadn't received any business for a long time. Han family young master had proven that he wasn't suitable to be a manager. If a mercenary group wanted to make a name for itself, there were more ways than a guild. The strength of a guild was reflected by the number of people and the level of the members. In addition to these two, the mercenary group listed in the Mercenary Union's Mission Completion Leaderboard, which was a place to directly reflect the strength of a mercenary group. This leaderboard was a combination of the number of missions received, the number of completed missions, and the completion rate. Among them, the number of completed missions and the completion rate were the most important criteria. Those who completed many missions and had a high completion rate were all famous mercenary groups in Cloud City. But Child Elite Group wasn't one of them. In terms of completion rate, Child Elite Group had a very high completion rate, 100%. But looking at the number of completed missions, it could only make people wonder if this mercenary group was newly formed. Especially in the system's mission acceptance and completion rate, Child Elite Group was a glaring 0. Chapter 135. The number of quests issued by the system was far more than the number of quests issued by the players who needed help. If a mercenary group wanted to make a name for themselves, they basically had to rely on farming. They would accept the quests issued by the system and repeatedly do them. The higher the completion rate and the higher the completion rate, the higher the ranking. When the players needed help, there would naturally be more people coming to them. However, the quests issued by the system, especially those that could be repeated, were naturally dull and tedious. No matter how novel the quests were, no one would be able to find any joy in doing them dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of times. This required perseverance and perseverance. The Han family's young master was extremely impatient with such boring things, so the mercenary group under his leadership completely ignored this path. Han family young master's goal was to build up his popularity through trading with the players. This first step of development was very smooth. The quest to capture the boss of Black Dragon Mountain Cave was rather difficult. The Child Elite Group that completed it was the talk of the Mercenary Guild and the tavern for a period of time. Later on, Amethyst Reborn came to them through this method. However, the Unlawing Mercenary Group adopted a secretive approach. Although the quest was completed extremely well, they did not gain any points this time. After that, there were no more commendable missions that could be taken out. After all, high difficulty quests also required good luck. Secondly, not everyone was willing or able to spend money to buy people to complete a quest. Therefore, the development of Child Elite Group stagnated. Han family young master was not sure if he had lost his excitement at the moment, but he did not take the initiative to expand his business when there was no business that came knocking on his door. While the other mercenary group leaders studied and selected various quests in the mercenary guild, he basically drank at Little Ray's bar. Therefore, the Child Elite Group eventually became one of the countless small mercenary groups. Today, when the 6 of them gathered together, Han family young master suddenly raised his voice and said, "The time for the mercenary group to make a name for itself has come." Everyone thought he was having a high fever. "Brother," Yu explained in a low voice, "the first event organized by the system is about to begin. The mercenary group competition and the guild competition. In order to expand their influence, or in other words, to make the game more prosperous, game companies would often use holidays or anniversaries to organize activities that they didn't usually have. The record for the number of people online was often set on such days. What was even more attractive to players was that the game officials would put some good items that were not easily obtainable as rewards. This was the main reason why players paid attention to such events. This time, the slogan of the parallel world was to celebrate its official operation. When the open beta was about to end, the game company had already started promoting this event. Everyone had heard about it, but the content of the event had been kept a secret. As for dragging it out for more than a month, it was nothing more than an extended promotional period. Other than that, it was to give the players who had just entered the game after the open beta a chance to level up. Since leveling up required a lot of EXP, the gap between players was relatively close. Two players who were both level 40 would only realize that the gap between them would require 3 days and nights to make up for it after they reported their experience points. It was a pity that the difference in strength wasn't obvious at all. It was only for one's imagination. The event hadn't been officially announced yet. However, Brother Yu received some news that it involved mercenary groups and guilds, so he immediately informed Han family young master to gather people. Basically, all players would try their best to participate in these events, regardless of the final outcome. For experts like them, they were naturally full of ambition. If we win this event, everyone will be famous in the future. Han family young master gave a speech to motivate them. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that it wasn't appropriate. This was because other than him who had just changed his ID, Sword Demon, Brother Yu, Yutian Shinming, and Unscathed in Battle were all masters who could make a name for themselves with their names alone. As for Gu Fei, once his ID of 27149 was announced, it was enough to shock everyone. That was a name that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the current 5 roaches. This was the legendary hidden boss behind the scenes. As expected, the 5 of them were indifferent to Han family young master's words of "everyone will be famous." The young master of the Han family cleared his throat and spoke again. "What I mean is that we definitely have to participate in the event. Since we've received the news in advance, everyone should make some preparations. Those who haven't done their class advancement yet, have you done your research? Qianli, can you rush to 40 in the next few days?" "I don't think so," Gu Fei said. He was still a long way off from 40 EXP. "Who has done your class advancement?" Han family young master asked. The 4 of them shook their heads. These experts were all very smart. Anyway, whether or not they did the class advancement wouldn't affect their daily leveling. Before they figured out the 2 directions, no one made a decision hastily. Everyone was waiting for the officials to reveal more information. Do as you see fit. Han family young master waved his hand. No matter how you looked at it, he was a person who was afraid of trouble. He was also too lazy to say too much. In the end, he said, "This time, our opponents are mainly other mercenary groups. Brother, you will organize the information of other large mercenary groups in Cloud City in the next 2 days. We'll do our research when the time comes." Everyone nodded. "There's nothing else." Han family young master shrugged. "I'm going to do my mission." Yutian Shinming was the first to stand up. As for this sentence, it was said to Gu Fei with a tone asking for instructions. "Go, Yutian classmate." Gu Fei approved. Then, the 5 of them stood up one after another and left. Only Han family young master walked out of the private room, shouted, "Wine," at Little Ray, then went back in and sat down. After leaving the tavern, Unscathed in Battle and Sword Demon went their separate ways. At this time, Gu Fei received a message from Reborn Amethyst. She actually asked him to attend a meeting. This was really a rare occurrence. Gu Fei hadn't been there for a long time. He had a vague memory of which door Amethyst was in. When he walked over, he found that Brother Yu was going the same way. The 2 of them chatted as they walked. Gu Fei suddenly remembered something and asked Brother Yu, "Do you know this person called Drifting?" "Of course." Brother Yu said, "He's also an old player, an expert mage." "Is that so? Then who's stronger between him and Yutian?" Gu Fei asked. This question has been debated ever since they became famous. There's no conclusion. Brother Yu said. Then didn't you say that Yutian is the number 1 mage? Gu Fei was puzzled. Nonsense. The one sitting next to us is Yutian. If you want to sit with Drifting, we'll immediately say that Drifting is the #1 mage. Brother, you said. Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh. These guys were really hypocritical. Then he asked again, then who do you think is stronger between the two of them? Brother Yu wasn't the best, but his theoretical knowledge was definitely top-notch. Being a commentator was his strength. Well, Brother Yu said after a slight hesitation, don't tell Yutian. Gu Fei smiled, all right. I already know the answer. Brother Yu also smiled, it's not that Yutian isn't good. But as you can see, Yutian is a flamboyant guy. Everyone knows how good he is. If this kid finds any trick or technique, he will immediately announce it for others to learn and then pretend to be a god. Drifting is the type who keeps a low profile. Only when he makes a move will you know how good he is. And he's not like Yutian who likes to share resources. If he finds a trick, I think he will hide it. So, Yutian's strength is clear at a glance. Drifting is still hiding it. From this point of view, I think Yutian may not be as good as him. Yeah, I think so too. Gu Fei nodded in agreement. Drifting tried his best to hide his red flame of falling clothes. Do you know Drifting? Brother Yu was surprised. The 5 of them knew that even though Gu Fei was good, he was still a newbie. Gu Fei nodded, I've only known him for 2 days. He's in Cloud City right now. Why is he here? Brother Yu was surprised. I don't know. Gu Fei said. Brother Yu muttered to himself. Gu Fei asked again, do you know any of the 5 heroes or 5 roaches that people talk about? Brother Yu smiled, the 5 level 41 guys on the leaderboard? I don't know the fighter called 100 Years Strategist. I don't know if he changed his ID. The archer called Water Depth and the warrior called Southblade are both famous professional players. As for the thief called Thin Waist Dance, she is a female. She is known as the toughest RMB player in history. I haven't met her before, but I've heard that her mechanics are quite good. But that's for sure. She spent all her time farming and doing business, so it would be strange if she wasn't good. However, I think that if Sword Demon hadn't been ambushed and dropped a level, he would have been one of the 5 roaches. What a pity. Gu Fei also felt sorry for Sword Demon. Sword Demon's hard work in the game was unimaginable. His passion for the game was comparable to Gu Fei's passion for Kung Fu. In comparison, the Han clan's young master was much more laid back. It was unknown how these 2 people got together. Little Ray's bar wasn't far from Reborn Amethyst. It was rare that Brother Yu was actually heading in the same direction as Gu Fei. The 2 of them talked for a while and the sign of Reborn Amethyst was already in sight. Gu Fei pointed and said, I'm here. Oh. Brother Yu patted him, smiled ambiguously, and continued walking forward. Gu Fei pushed the door open and took a deep breath. He hadn't been here for a long time. Reborn Amethyst's office didn't get bigger, but there were a lot more people. Gu Fei glanced at the corner where he used to be, and it was now occupied. He stood in front of the door in a daze. On the other hand, there were quite a few unfamiliar faces who were surprised to see Gu Fei. Ever since they joined Amethyst, they had never seen a man in this room. Just as they were feeling awkward, a woman suddenly stepped out and shouted at Gu Fei, Hey, Qianli. Gu Fei looked. Isn't that little Yu? He hadn't seen her for a month and she had changed. The heavy armor that covered 99% of her body was gone, and in its place was a soft armor that was popular for female warriors. This armor looked delicate, but it was still considered a heavy armor. It was just that the game company had succumbed to the female player's love for beauty and had no choice but to make changes to the appearance. Looking at June Rain's armor, it was mainly red and black. There wasn't any dazzling brilliance, but it made her look valiant and heroic. She wasn't wearing a helmet, and walked towards Gu Fei. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. This was the legendary combination of strength and gentleness. Long time no see. June Rain casually patted Gu Fei. Gu Fei was still smiling. But when the slap landed, he immediately cursed inwardly. This little Yu was still so brainless, she didn't use enough strength. He staggered a few times to the side, and Gu Fei's heart was bleeding. He was sent flying by a girl with a single slap. This was too outrageous. But this was also because he had no other choice. As the characters in the game continued to add points, the players' stats in the game, such as strength and speed, began to clearly surpass that of normal humans. For someone like Little Yu who went all out, she was like Popeye who had eaten spinach. Trampling on Gu Fei was as easy as squashing a can. Just as Gu Fei was about to steady himself, someone beside him reached out to support him. He turned around and saw that it was Lu Xia. "Are you okay?" Lu Xia smiled. "I'm fine." Gu Fei was depressed, and immediately asked, "Are you okay?" Lu Xia knew what he was referring to and nodded. On this side, Gu Fei was sent flying. On the other side, there was already someone yelling in a reproachful tone, "Little Yu." June Rain covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot again." Saying this, she hurriedly came over to look at Gu Fei. "Don't mind her, she's already sent a few people flying today." The one who spoke was July. She hadn't seen Gu Fei for more than a month. "What's there to mind, Little Yu and I are brothers," Gu Fei said. "Ha, that's right," Little Yu said as she patted his shoulder again. Gu Fei wouldn't be careless this time. His shoulder moved to the side, and Little Yu's slap missed. "I better be careful." Gu Fei wiped his sweat. With a swish, a healing spell floated onto Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei didn't even need to look to know who it was. Sure enough, Luolua's voice sounded from the side, "You won't despise my healing spell this time, right?" An all-out warrior without a weapon was not simple. After receiving this slap, Gu Fei's health would definitely drop. Gu Fei was speechless. These girls came one after another, it was really too much to handle. "Let me first introduce everyone." July clapped her hands, "This person is our guild's Qianli drunk." The girls who didn't know Gu Fei had already asked the older members about his identity. However, since July had officially introduced him, everyone still had to react, clapping their hands, screaming, and whistling. Gu Fei, the guy who never appeared, was jokingly called the enigmatic man by the girls. At this time, when he appeared in person, he was warmly teased, and the atmosphere was lively. At this time, Gu Fei's professionalism was reflected. For example, in the physical education class, boys and girls were bound to be in separate classes, and the physical education teacher could be said to be the only teacher who had to face a group of girls alone. Gu Fei had experienced this kind of scene before. He immediately nodded to the girls very casually. "Hello, students." "Ha ha ha." The girls followed Gu Fei's joke, laughing and echoing, "Hello, teacher." This imperceptibly made them even more into the role. Gu Fei smiled and nodded to everyone again, the awkwardness dissolving without any attack. Watching on the side, Luolua was amazed. Usually, this guy was uncomfortable when she touched him with healing, but he was so calm in such a big scene. July glanced at everyone and also said with a smile, "It's about time, I'll say a few words. The official event is coming, and the content is the mercenary competition and the guild competition. I heard that the rewards are quite generous. Our guild isn't big, but it doesn't hurt to participate. You can sign up for the two competitions repeatedly. Our guild doesn't have a mercenary group, and if you want to participate in the mercenary competition again, we can form another one." The girls listened quietly, and only Little Rain was already excited. She clenched her fists and said excitedly to Gu Fei, "Quest, quest." No wonder she suddenly came back, it turned out to be for this event. Times were changing, but this girl was still so infatuated with quests. Gu Fei smiled as he flashed back 2 steps. That slap was painful enough. If she suddenly punched him, wouldn't he be smashed through the intestines? On this side, July's speech was still going on. Everyone, level up as much as you can these days. The event will probably take a few days. It seemed like July had some connections. She actually received the news that brother you received. Then, who wants to participate in the mercenary competition? Come and sign up. We'll also form a mercenary group. July said. In essence, the competition was a PK competition. There weren't many girls who were interested in PvP. It was enough for them to experience the liveliness of their guilds. As for participating in the mercenary confrontation again, the enthusiasm of the girls was obviously not high. Other than Lai Lai, who was the first to jump out and claim to be the leader, the others were hesitating. Qianli, are you participating? July asked. I have a mercenary group. Gu Fei said. Oh. July didn't say anything. This was a very common phenomenon. Not all guilds had their own mercenary group. For example, Amethyst didn't have one, so there was nothing wrong with their guild members joining other mercenary groups. Fiercely made a big fuss for a long time and finally got some girls to join his group. Gu Fei smiled disapprovingly. With these girls' immature skills, if they met with Sword Demon's group of veterans, other than seduction, there seemed to be no other way to win. With this thought, Gu Fei suddenly realized that if they met with Child Elite group, they would immediately lose Yutian Shinming and unscathed in battle. As for the other three guys. Ugh, although they weren't as radical as Yutian Shinming and unscathed in battle on the surface, who could know a person's face? Gu Fei remembered that when Sword Demon first met Shi Xiaotian, he was quite excited. As his imagination ran wild, Gu Fei received another message. He opened it and saw that it was Coward Savior, shouting, Master, I found you. Where? Gu Fei asked. The two arranged a meeting place. When Gu Fei saw that the girls in the room had begun to leave, he greeted a few familiar people and left. He arranged to meet Coward Savior at the fountain in the square in the center of the city. When Gu Fei arrived, Coward Savior had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Gu Fei coming over, he immediately put on a mantis fist posture. His body swayed and his mouth was still babbling. Gu Fei went up and hooked his leg toward his lower body. Coward Savior took half a step back. His posture didn't change, and he actually dodged the hook. Not bad. Gu Fei praised. Coward's half step back was completely in line with the 7-star steps. Of course, Gu Fei's hook was a very casual test. Otherwise, wouldn't Coward Savior's 1 month of training was equivalent to 20 years of training? That kind of Coward Savior should be the lead actor. Coward Savior, who was praised by Gu Fei, was even more proud and continued to keep his stance. Okay, keep it. Gu Fei said. Mantis Fist's style was very unique and it was very easy to attract onlookers. Especially in such a bustling area in the middle of the city. How's Moonlit Night City? Gu Fei and Coward Savior exchanged greetings. Coward Savior shook his head, it's still the same. Originally, everyone thought that after defeating the former Dust, their days would be better. But now, their 10-guild alliance has more people than the former Dust and they're bullying us. 10-guild alliance? Which guild? Gu Fei asked. Oh, it's an alliance of 10 guilds. Because there isn't a guild high enough to accommodate that many people, they can't merge for the time being. Coward Savior said. Gu Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. In the past, at least one former Dust guild was tyrannical. Now that there was a 10-guild alliance, Moonlit Night City really wasn't a safe place. There are a lot fewer players in Moonlit Night City now. Coward Savior said, they're all running to other main cities. Chapter 136. Gu Fei and the Coward Savior talked about Kung Fu after the small talk. The Coward Savior couldn't wait to show Gu Fei what he had achieved in the past month. Gu Fei didn't have time to stop him. The coward's savior had already jumped to the edge of the fountain to practice. This was undoubtedly eye-catching. In an instant, it attracted a large crowd. The players watched while muttering, and the most talked was naturally, "What's wrong with him?" The coward's savior was unmoved. Thrusting punch, rolling cart, jumping step, helmet removal, double flower arrangement, 18 shuttles. Every move was methodical and smooth. In online gaming terms, the coward's savior's proficiency level was already quite high. As for actual combat use, it was another matter. Gu Fei saw that he didn't care about the surrounding gazes, and his heart suddenly felt a burst of emotion. This feeling was somewhat familiar. In his youth, his worship of Kung Fu had reached the apex. He was proud of his Kung Fu, and he completely ignored the strange gazes of the surrounding people. Today, Gu Fei finally knew that this kind of pride could only be buried in his heart, because too many people simply couldn't understand this kind of pride. Just like Gu Fei's situation in school, Kung Fu. Everyone treated it as a joke, so how could there be respect for it? In this case, unless, "Hey! What the hell is this idiot doing?" Among the onlookers, suddenly a guy's loud voice came out from the crowd. "Hey!" Unfortunately, the coward's savior was facing this direction, looking straight at the person who said this. After a loud shout, he rushed forward and used the 9 turns and 18 falls move, throwing the person to the ground. Then he flashed back to his original position. Gu Fei nodded repeatedly. This was the only way for others to understand that Kung Fu wasn't a joke. Unfortunately, he was forbidden from using Kung Fu to fight since he was a child. Otherwise, wouldn't it be extremely easy to prove that his Kung Fu was genuine? The guy who was thrown to the ground was startled, but he quickly discovered that his HP didn't drop much. Amidst the laughter around him, he could no longer maintain his composure. With a roll, he stood up and cursed, "Brat." Then, he took out a 2-handed greatsword from his pocket and swung it forward. Gu Fei stood still, waiting to see how the coward's savior would respond. The savior of cowards was indeed very calm. Sliding 2 steps, he dodged the opponent's Mount Tai crushing strike. Following that, he wrapped his arms around the opponent's waist and let out a loud roar. With a whoosh, the man with the loud voice was sent flying into the fountain in the middle of the plaza with a plop. "Damn!" Gu Fei muttered to himself. Hug throw. In a critical moment, the coward's savior used an in-game skill instead of the mantis fist. The guy in the pool stood up, dripping wet. Now that his mind was clear, he knew that he was no match for the other party in PK. Faced with the even livelier laughter around him, he didn't dare to clamor anymore. After climbing out of the pool, he slipped away dejectedly. "Let's go." Gu Fei also said to the coward's savior. "You're not training anymore." The coward's savior still hadn't finished training. "Let's find a place to kill monsters," Gu Fei said to him. The coward's savior had just arrived, so he was naturally unfamiliar with the leveling areas of Cloud City. Moreover, he hadn't played much in the past month, so he wasn't as efficient as Gu Fei. Up until now, he was only a mere level 34. Gu Fei led him to the leveling area for level 30+. He pointed at the monsters and said to him, "There are usually 3 steps to training martial arts. Basic skills, routines, and then disassembly. You can do the basic skills in real life, but there's no need to do it in the game. You're already very familiar with the routines, so the next step is disassembly. If you're doing disassembly alone, it's all piling, hitting sandbags, and so on. It's better if you're in the game, at least there are moving monsters for you to disassemble. Okay, go disassemble them." "Can't I disassemble them with you?" the coward's savior asked. "Disassemble them with me?" Gu Fei was stunned. "If you're not afraid of hurting your pride, that's fine too." The coward's savior immediately blushed. Gu Fei patted him and said, "There's a process from disassembly alone to disassembly together. Take it slow." The coward's savior nodded. If you're disassembling them, you can't follow the choreographed routines anymore. You need to choose the appropriate moves based on the enemy's position and attack. I'll give you a demonstration, Gu Fei said as he walked towards a monster. The monster howled and took the initiative to attack. Gu Fei lightly dodged it and threw a punch. Then, he moved, punched, kicked, and a bunch of moves from Praying Mantis Fist flew towards the monster. The coward's savior was stunned. Fast, it was really too fast. Gu Fei, who put all his points into agility, didn't know how much faster his attack speed was than the coward's savior. However, every punch and kick could be completed in one go at this speed. Every move and every style was so clear, allowing the coward's savior to easily figure out which punch was which move in which routine. This was really too valiant. The coward's savior opened his mouth wide in admiration. Gu Fei punched the monster for a full 3 minutes before it fell to the ground. Sorry, although he used Kung Fu, the system judged that this was only a normal attack. A normal attack from a bare-handed mage could only deal 1 point of damage to the monster's defense. Gu Fei accumulated the damage 1 point at a time and killed the monster. How was it? Gu Fei walked back and asked the coward's savior. The coward's savior cried, I still want to disassemble you. Just watching you disassemble alone already hurt my pride. How did you attack so quickly? The coward's savior asked. I added agility, Gu Fei said. Oh right, it's a game. The coward's savior's character was obviously confused. How did you add points? Gu Fei asked. Spirit, strength, and agility also increased a little, the coward's savior said. The Grand Master of Combat's most special attack method was combo attacks. Spirit, which affected the speed of their skills, was very important to them. It's okay, you can reset points when you reach level 40. Gu Fei really didn't think that he would have the opportunity to say this to someone else. But he still reminded him, if you want to use Kung Fu to play the game, you must have agility. If it's just a game, then you don't have to worry about it. For normal people, this was a difficult choice. Obviously, Kung Fu skills and game skills were not compatible. For example, Gu Fei, if it weren't for the fact that he had an exquisite weapon, his mage side would be useless. He had the equipment to improve his mage side, but the coward's savior obviously didn't have it. Moreover, he didn't care about his profession in the game, but that didn't mean that other people thought the same. Everything depended on how much the coward's savior loved Kung Fu. Alright, you can train here. Call me if you need anything. After Gu Fei finished teaching the coward's savior, he said goodbye to him. After leaving, Gu Fei went to train alone. In the meantime, he helped Yutian Shinming complete a few wanted quests. At around 7 o'clock, when Reborn Amethyst called for Gu Fei to train, Gu Fei didn't go with the excuse of helping Yutian Shinming with a quest. Qianli, are you coming to train today? Drifting asked. No, I'm helping a friend with a quest, Gu Fei said. Oh, then I'm not going either, Drifting said. Frankly speaking, for masters like Gu Fei and Drifting, solo training was faster than group training. Drifting was mainly interested in Gu Fei's magic, which was why he followed Amethyst's girls. Now that he saw that Gu Fei wasn't going, he naturally wouldn't waste time on this. If he was always distracted by these things, how could Drifting be one of the 5 strong ones? Unscathed in battle and Yutian Shinming were 2 living examples. Ever since they started training with Amethyst, their experience ranking had dropped to varying degrees. Actually, this job should have been done by Gu Fei. He didn't really care about leveling. Without the 2 masters, Reborn Amethyst's party naturally couldn't fight monsters above their level. The girls didn't mind and headed towards their usual leveling spot. Like Gu Fei, they didn't really care about leveling. Of course, it was better if they could fight monsters above their level, but it didn't matter if they couldn't. Currently, the topic they were talking about the most was Gu Fei and Drifting. Could it be that they were having an affair? After 3 days, the officials officially announced the news of the confrontation. It was indeed the same as what Brother Yu had heard. It was a mercenary competition and a guild competition. It was said that there was supposed to be an individual competition, but due to the obvious class restriction, the individual competition was not balanced. Moreover, if it was only a competition between the same class, then the PK between clerics and paladins would be too low-tech, so naturally, it wouldn't be interesting to watch. There was only one content of the competition, Survival Challenge. The name sounded scary, but it was actually a counter-strike. 2 teams would be thrown into a random map and PK within a limited time. Defeat all the opponents, and the winner would win. If there were still players alive when the time was up, then the winner would be judged based on the number of enemies killed by both sides. The winner of each competition would receive fixed rewards of money and experience, as well as random items. The amount of rewards depended on their performance during the competition. In theory, if the time consumption was 0, the loss was 0, and the opponent was defeated, the reward would be the best. As the competition progressed, the experience and money rewards would increase, and the probability of the item rewards would increase. From the looks of it, the most attractive rewards were the exquisite equipment and the Eternal Skill Scroll. The Eternal Skill Scroll was a new item released by the game developers. It was said that after using it, it would grant a character a new skill. This skill might be something that could only be learned after leveling up a few dozen levels, or it might not even be in the skill tree. However, there was a limitation: it could only be a skill of the player's class. It was impossible for a sorcerer to master stealth. In the private room of Little Ray's bar, Brother Yu told everyone about the announcement on the official website. Because of Brother Yu, professional players like Sword Demon spent less time on the official website. Unless they needed to inquire about information or news, Brother Yu would announce it every day when they met. As soon as they finished talking about the Eternal Skill Scroll, Yutian Shinming became excited. If I get a bunch of scrolls, won't I be able to become a sharpshooter and stealth dual-class player? Everyone looked at him with disdain. Yutian Shinming had obviously read too many YY novels. How could something like this happen to him? He wasn't the main character. To be able to do this, it's only possible if he's a crazy RMB warrior, Brother Yu said. Slender Dance. The others muttered this name. Gu Fei had heard of this name yesterday. It seemed that he was indeed worthy of being the most intrepid money player in history. As soon as the crazy money warrior was mentioned, these veterans all called out this name. Yutian, if you get this girl, maybe your wish will come true. Brother Yu said. Yutian Shinming's face showed a leisurely expression. This kind of rich girl probably won't be that childish. I'll have to do it. Unscathed in Battle said shamelessly. The 2 perverts, one old and one young, were arguing. Stop talking nonsense. Han family young master slammed the table. Gu Fei pulled out his sword. Sword Demon pulled out his dagger. The 2 quieted down. Let's talk business. Han family young master said expressionlessly. I'm done. It's your turn. Brother Yu said. Oh. Han family young master nodded. After a while, he looked at everyone. Where's my wine glass? Sword Demon suddenly stood up. Let's talk about it tomorrow. He drank too much. Sit down. Han family young master looked at Sword Demon with disdain. Do you think I'm like you? Then he tapped the table and started talking business. In this competition, the big guilds and mercenary groups will try to eliminate their opponents as fast as possible. As for the small guilds, they have no chance of winning in this kind of group battle. They can only use the second rule, which is to kill as many enemies as possible and then play hide and seek. This rule should be set to protect the small guilds. When we meet the big mercenary groups, we can only use this method. But if there's such a rule, then there should be some restrictions on thief stealth. The Han family's young master said. Brother Yu was stunned for a moment before nodding. You think quite fast. There are restrictions, but the rules haven't been announced yet. The Han clan's young master smiled. Now you understand what it means to have both beauty and intelligence. Chapter 137. After everyone vomited a bit, Brother Yu began to introduce the information he gathered about the major mercenary groups in Cloud City. Black Hand Mercenary Group, this is currently the most famous mercenary group in Cloud City. Level 5, 100 members. The leader is Black Index Finger, a level 40 warrior. This mercenary group exists independently and isn't attached to any guild in Cloud City. Since its establishment, it has been developing steadily and accumulating to today's achievements. It can be said that the leader has managed it well. Brother Yu paused when he said that and looked askance at young Master Han with everyone else. Han family young master expressionlessly took a sip of wine and said, the mercenary group is called Black Hand and the leader is called Index Finger? Is there a thumb, middle finger, and little finger? Brother Yu shook his head. There are no similar names in the mercenary group. Han family young master shook his head and said, maybe the other members are in other cities and Black Hand is their unified name. It seems that the names of mercenary groups in different cities can be repeated. Brother Yu nodded his head, it can be repeated. Gu Fei interrupted, there is a Black Hand mercenary group in Moonlit Night City. What's the leader's name? I don't know. It's just a small mercenary group. Gu Fei said. Let's not worry about it for now. In any case, we have to face these 100 people. Brother Yu, continue. Han family young master said. The second largest mercenary group in Cloud City is the Four Seas mercenary group. Just like the name says, it is a mercenary group formed by unhindered Four Seas. It is also level 5 and has 100 members. The leader is Reflection Years, we've met before. Brother Yu said. Who is it? Gu Fei asked. The one you tricked into Black Dragon Cave. Yutian Shinming reminded. Oh. Gu Fei got up. It wasn't that he didn't remember this person, but he didn't even know this person's name. He was different from Brother Yu and the other four. The 5 of them had known some IDs for a long time. It was just that there were many different online games in the past. At the same time, each online game had a different server. Therefore, many experts had only heard of each other but had never met each other. Now that the parallel world had appeared, all the players were under its banner. This was a true gathering of experts, and the situation was very different from before. The members of the Four Seas mercenary group are all from unhindered Four Seas. Honestly, I think their strength is above Black Hand mercenary group. But according to how people usually evaluate mercenary groups, they are mainly based on how they complete their missions, so they are ranked second. Brother Yu said. Who cares if he is first or second? He is still an opponent. Han family young master said. In addition, there's also Upstream's Waterflower mercenary group. Level 4, with 80 members, it is currently the second largest guild in Cloud City, Singing to Wine's Guild mercenary group. There is also Upstream's Waterflower mercenary group. They are level 4 and have 80 people. They are currently the second largest guild in Cloud City. Young master, you are a member of this guild, right? Brother Yu continued. You should be more familiar with them. Brother Yu said. Upstream's guild leader is our guild leader. He also leads a mercenary group. You should be more familiar with this mercenary group. Brother Yu said. Rather than saying that this mercenary group was to cater to the interests of the guild members, it would be more accurate to say that it was an elite force that gathered the experts of the guild. The players in Drunken Songs were all members of this mercenary group. Apart from me, of course. Han family young master said. Then they are all people you know. What do we do then? Yutian Shinming asked. We'll hide our faces and pretend we don't know them. What should we do? Han family young master said. Then are you going to participate in the guild competition? Brother Yu asked. Han family young master nodded. Brother Yu looked at the others. Besides young master, Qianli, Yutian, Wushang, you three also have your own guilds. Are you going to participate in the guild competition? The three nodded. Unscathed in battle and Yutian Shinming looked at Gu Fei with envy. Reborn Amethyst? Gu Fei nodded. He turned his head to look at Sword Demon. Sword Demon, you don't have a guild? No. Sword Demon said. Gu Fei felt his heart clench. Could it be that his battle with the Sword Demon had ruined his dream of building a guild? Was that why he was so disheartened by the guild? Let's not talk about guilds. As for mercenary groups, the most outstanding ones in Cloud City are these three. As long as the 6 of us can deal with these 3, the others are nothing to worry about. Brother Yu said. The other 5 revealed disapproving expressions. The entire room was filled with a strong aura of experts. If people knew that a small mercenary group of 6 actually considered the 3 strongest mercenary groups in Cloud City as opponents, they wouldn't be able to help but laugh. But the 6 people in front of them were seriously discussing this problem. But among them, there is one special opponent. Brother Yu looked at them. Silvermoon. Moonlit City Dust Guild Silvermoon. Yutian Shinming was stunned. Brother Yu nodded. That's him. I don't know when he came to Cloud City and established a mercenary group called Nocturne under the moonlight. Although he's only level 2 and has less than 40 people, Silvermoon has an overpowered group battle skill. Everyone knows about it, right? So we have to be on guard against them. Okay, give me all the detailed information you've gathered about the mercenary group. I'll take a good look. Han family young master said. Brother Yu took out his notebook and gave it to Han family young master. That's it? The other 4 asked together. Actually, it was fine if the 4 of them didn't attend today's meeting. Although it was convenient to have fewer people, the leader of the mercenary group was the crazy young master of the Han family. In terms of strategy and tactics, he was a level higher than the others. Not to mention the fact that they couldn't come up with better suggestions than him, even if they could, with his narcissistic personality, it was doubtful that he wouldn't accept it. It's fine. You guys go level up and look for valuable scrolls and equipment. Han family young master didn't agree with the saying, 3 heads are better than 1, and waved his hand to dismiss the 4 thugs. The 4 of them left the tavern. Yutian Shinming asked for Gu Fei's permission and went to complete his quest. Yutian Shinming's quest was smooth sailing. He only needed 31 more times to reach 100. His goal was to get a pair of shoes before the match began. The match would start next week, which was 2 days away from now. Gu Fei also promised that he would spend more time online for the next 2 days to help him complete the quest. As for Gu Fei, he had been running errands for Yutian Shinming for quite a bit of time. Otherwise, he would have been able to reach 40 dungeons without a hitch. After saying goodbye to the others, Gu Fei hurried over to Amethyst's place. Just now, Little Ray's bar was in a meeting when he received an emergency call. Gu Fei said he had something to do and ignored it. He dragged it out until now to ask if he still needed to go over, and to his surprise, he received a positive reply. He quickly arrived at Amethyst's place and pushed the door open. He was about to laugh when he felt a murderous aura around him. There was no one around him. It was obviously a thief's stealth. Gu Fei didn't have time to draw his sword. He swung his hand to the side and firmly grabbed the opponent's wrist. Before the opponent could fully reveal himself, he pushed away the dagger with his left hand and grabbed the opponent's neck with his right hand. He yelled at the girls, "Get out of the way." This bunch of silly girls actually let someone sneak into the guild. As Gu Fei thought about it, he stretched out his leg to trip the opponent and used his right hand to push the opponent to the ground. The opponent was still in a blurry state of stealth. Both of his legs were hooked by Gu Fei, his right hand was removed by Gu Fei's left hand, and his neck was gripped by Gu Fei. His left hand was flailing wildly in the air. When Gu Fei saw the hand coming for him, he knew that it was an instinctive reaction when a person was about to fall. He wanted to dodge, but the speed of the claw was far faster than Gu Fei expected, and he managed to grab hold of it. Gu Fei was shocked. With his weak physique as a sorcerer, it wasn't hard for him to flip someone over, but now that the opponent had grabbed hold of Gu Fei and was about to pull him down, Gu Fei had no way of dispelling the momentum. His right hand was about to let go of the throat lock, but he quickly tightened his grip. He bent his body and legs, and crouched down in the direction of the falling opponent. Gu Fei also crouched down. Dust flew everywhere. It looked like the opponent had been cleanly pressed to the ground by Gu Fei, but Gu Fei was complaining in his heart. This was just a game. His actions of grabbing and pushing wouldn't deal much damage to the other party. His original plan was to push the opponent away and then finish him off with his sword. He didn't expect the opponent to move so quickly and grab hold of Gu Fei, leaving him no room to draw his sword. At this time, his left hand was holding the opponent's dagger to the ground, and his right hand was gripping the opponent's throat. Gu Fei had no confidence in his own strength, and didn't think that he could suppress the opponent like this. He hurriedly pushed his right knee to the side, pressing it against the opponent's abdomen, and shouted, "Little Rain, come help me." June Rain was a warrior, and a single slap was enough to stop Gu Fei from using both his hands and feet. The surroundings were completely silent. Gu Fei felt that the atmosphere was a bit cold. When he looked down, the stealthy thief had completely revealed himself. A beautiful girl was lying on the ground, her right arm held down by Gu Fei's left hand, and her abdomen by Gu Fei's right knee. As for what the girl looked like, he didn't know. Gu Fei had used all his strength to choke the girl, causing her face to pale and her facial features to distort. If it weren't for her figure, it would be hard to tell whether she was a man or a woman. Gu Fei hesitated. His left hand, right knee, and right hand slowly moved away one by one. The pressure on the girl lessened, and she loosened her grip on Gu Fei's hand. She sprawled on the ground, panting. "What's going on?" Gu Fei frowned. He didn't recognize this person. Even though it was impossible for him to recognize all the girls in the reborn Amethyst number 50 at a glance, he would definitely have an impression of someone with such outstanding looks. Luo smiled as she walked out from the group of girls. She stood on top of the girl's head and looked down at her corpse. "Xiao Wu, you can't do it. You were pushed down by Qianli the moment you came up. That's too cruel." The girl was still panting. "You almost choked me to death." As she spoke, she reached out to touch her neck. The two fingerprints of Gu Fei were gradually turning from red to green. To others, it was a ghastly sight, but fortunately, she couldn't see it. Gu Fei looked around blankly. The gazes around him were filled with smiles, surprise, and disbelief. But no matter what, he could tell that this girl wasn't an enemy. "What's going on?" Gu Fei asked. "Let me introduce you. This is someone who just joined our guild, Slender Waist Dance." Luo said with a smile. Slender Waist Dance. The most valiant RMB warrior in history. She was mentioned in the mercenary group meeting just now, but he didn't expect to see her in person so soon. She was rich and so beautiful. If Yutian Shinming and Unscathed in Battle saw this, who knew how crazy they would be? Gu Fei accidentally thought too far ahead. Slender Waist Dance still didn't move from the ground. She only raised her right wrist slightly and waved it randomly. "Hello. Hello." Gu Fei replied. "Stop pretending to be a corpse and get up," Luo said to Slender Waist Dance. Slender Waist Dance sat up and brought her right wrist in front of her eyes. Just like her neck, the two fingerprints were evolving. "Don't mess around next time. It's very dangerous to hide behind a door and scare people," Gu Fei said sincerely. Slender Waist Dance smiled and said, "Then I'll try again." "What?" Gu Fei was startled. Slender Waist Dance suddenly stood up and leaned forward. Her arm was already thrusting the dagger towards him. So fast. Gu Fei was shocked. Slender Waist Dance was clearly above him in both movement speed and attack speed. From this, it seemed that it wasn't a coincidence that she had grabbed him. It wasn't hard to understand. Slender Waist Dance was known as the most valiant RMB warrior. She could be lacking in everything, but her equipment would definitely be the best. With a full set of exquisite equipment from head to toe, even a newbie player could fly up the branches like a phoenix. Slender Waist Dance was a thief with an advantage in agility. With a full set of exquisite equipment, it wasn't surprising that she was faster than Gu Fei. But in the face of Slender Waist Dance's attack, Gu Fei didn't dodge or dodge. Slender Waist Dance stopped midway and looked at him in confusion. Why aren't you attacking? Chapter 138. Yeah, why aren't you making a move? Everyone looked at Gu Fei in confusion. Gu Fei smiled disapprovingly. What's there to do? If I make a move, you'll die. Fuck, kid, you're quite arrogant. Slim Waist Dance yelled. Woman, you're also quite arrogant. Gu Fei said. Come. Today, I'm definitely going to go 300 rounds with you. Slim Waist Dance said. Gu Fei wasn't moved at all. He only asked, you put all your points into dexterity, right? Slim Waist Dance nodded, that's right. So what? Gu Fei said, if it's just a casual spar, I might not be able to beat you. If we really fight, you're going to die. Gu Fei was speaking the truth. Slim Waist Dance's speed was much higher than Gu Fei's. In close combat, Gu Fei wasn't completely confident. Currently, the most reliable way for Gu Fei to deal with her was to pull away a bit and take advantage of the moment she got close to him to instantly kill her with double flame flash. If this attack didn't instantly kill her and Slim Waist Dance got close to him, the result would be hard to predict. After all, Slim Waist Dance used a dagger, while Gu Fei used a longsword. The former was more suitable for close combat. In addition, Gu Fei's movement speed was far inferior to Slim Waist Dance's. If she got close to him, there was basically no way for him to pull away. Gu Fei's movement speed was already shocking enough, but Slim Waist Dance was actually so much faster than him. He really didn't know what kind of crazy equipment she had. Although the only equipment that could increase movement speed was shoes, if Slim Waist Dance had a full set of equipment that added agility, it would obviously increase her speed by a large amount. As for attack speed, the difference in this aspect wouldn't be as big as movement speed, but Slim Waist Dance was still better than Gu Fei. However, to fully utilize the advantage of attack speed, just having fast hands wasn't enough. One's eyes and fighting awareness had to be even faster. On this point, Gu Fei was confident that no one could compare to him. His 20 years of hard work in this area was reflected in the game. Gu Fei's honesty made Slim Waist Dance so angry that her nose was crooked. She glared at him and said, Come. You don't need to spar casually. You can fight for real. It's fine even if you kill me. Really? Gu Fei's eyes lit up as he pulled out the Night Streamer sword from his pocket. When it came to PK, who could be stronger than Gu Fei? This was what Gu Fei was aiming for in the game. Even if he accidentally killed Slender Waist Dance and lost a level, this loss was as insignificant as a feather in Gu Fei's eyes. His main worry was that killing Slender Waist Dance would not be good. Since the other party didn't mind, it couldn't be any better. Moreover, even if it was a close combat battle, Gu Fei only gave her the evaluation of having a chance of winning after improving her waist dance to a certain standard. If her actual combat experience was average and she just slashed like a normal player, then Gu Fei could kill her with his bare hands. Of course, since they were fighting for real, Gu Fei obviously had to use the most effective method. He believed that Slender Waist Dance would not have the opportunity to fight in close combat. Thinking about this, Gu Fei got into a stance. Come. Gu Fei said. He enjoyed PK and didn't care about the loss if he died. How could a normal person compare to the calmness that Gu Fei displayed during PK? Moreover, this calmness was too strong. It was so strong that it had become a psychological attack. At this time, Slender Waist Dance's heart was already beating like a drum. Of course, she was even less confident. She had already been pushed down by Gu Fei. Humph. Slender Waist Dance suddenly snorted. I almost fell for your trap. You can kill me without hesitation, but I have to be careful and leave you alive. You're so sly. No need. Gu Fei said. You don't have to go easy on me. Slender Waist Dance's face was full of tears. This animal, he didn't even give her a chance to escape. Slender Waist Dance thought angrily. Looking at Gu Fei holding a long sword, she suddenly said, You're a mage, how can you use a sword? Don't change the topic. Bastard. July, didn't you want to talk about the guild war? Hey. Luo, after the meeting, take me to your little Ray's bar to broaden my horizons. Sigh, since you're afraid, then forget it. Gu Fei resentfully put away his sword. Afraid? I'm afraid. Slender Waist Dance roared and turned around. Gu Fei quickly used the sword draw technique and the sword returned to his hand as if he was performing a magic trick. I'm at 41. 92 experience right now. I just don't want to die and drop 2 levels. Wait until I reach 42, then I'll take care of you. Slender Waist Dance said. This sounded reasonable, but if Slender Waist Dance could really take care of Gu Fei, as she said, why would she need to worry about the punishment of dropping levels? Gu Fei thought this and found it funny. He put away his sword and sighed, forget it, that's it. Sigh, women. As soon as she finished sighing, she realized that something was wrong. In this room, besides Gu Fei, everyone was a woman. Wasn't she looking for trouble by sighing like this? Thinking of this, Gu Fei hurriedly said, some women just can't be seen in public. July. I don't think we should let this kind of person join the guild at such a tense time. What if she drags us down in the guild war? Absolute silence. One of the 5 roaches of the parallel world. What kind of insult was it to be looked down upon as a hindrance? Slender Waist Dance was on the verge of collapse, but she quickly calmed down. Humph, you want to provoke me to fight you? I won't fall for it. That was close. Gu Fei secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. They were considered companions, so Gu Fei normally wouldn't speak so harshly to his own people. But in the situation just now, if she wasn't the only one feeling uncomfortable, then she would have to make all 50 of them feel uncomfortable. It was better to let the few suffer and help the majority. Luckily, Slender Waist Dance's ability to find a way out of this embarrassing situation was unparalleled. Thinking of this, Gu Fei looked towards Slender Waist Dance and saw that she was also glaring at him. Seeing him look over, she humphed and turned her head to the other side. Reborn Amethyst's meeting officially began. Hearing this, Gu Fei got a headache. He didn't know if these kinds of meetings in the game were all like this. Just like how Brother Yu introduced the large mercenary groups in Cloud City, July was introducing the guilds in Cloud City. But the problem was that the child elite group was full of experts. Although there were only 6 of them, they were all aiming for the championship. That was why Brother Yu only focused on the 3 strongest mercenary groups. But July was different. The biggest advantage of Reborn Amethyst was that they didn't show off and understood their own strengths. As a result, in July's introduction, guilds that were similar to Reborn Amethyst became the main targets. There were many guilds like this, and no one knew when she would finish introducing them. Gu Fei listened in confusion and finally couldn't hold it in. He was about to speak, but someone beat him to it, reporting to Big Sister July. Xiao Wu, what's the matter? The one who raised her hand was Slender Waist Dance. I heard that this guild competition is an elimination system, and the opponents are randomly chosen. It can't be that coincidental that we'll be matched with guilds that are similar to us, right? Slender Waist Dance said. Of course it can't be that coincidental. It's just that if it's a guild that's stronger than us, we won't be their opponent. If it's a weak guild, then we can easily win. So there's no need to understand them, right? It was obvious that July had considered this problem. You're wrong to think like that. Slender Waist Dance said solemnly, we should view our strongest enemies as our opponents. If we can even deal with them, then there's no need to worry about those that are weaker than them. You're just blindly staring at people that are similar to us. This kind of thinking is too not thinking about progress. Someone summarized Slender Waist Dance. Yes. Slender Waist Dance nodded. Then she realized that the voice wasn't right. It was obviously a man. She turned her head and saw Gu Fei looking at her with a smile. She immediately twisted her neck and said, no, it's not, it's being passive. It's being content with a little bit of wealth. Fuck, women. Gu Fei sighed in his heart. Then what do you think we should do? July said helplessly. Pick out 2 or 3 of the strongest guilds in Cloud City and introduce them. We'll just treat them as imaginary enemies. What does everyone think? Slender Waist Dance still knew to ask for the opinions of the crowd. Unfortunately, this was a guild formed by the people July gathered. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Most of the people's thoughts were the same as July's. The girls who were reborn as Amethyst were indeed content with a little bit of wealth. They didn't have any desire to fight for supremacy. Treating the strongest guild as imaginary enemies, most of the people felt that there was no need to be so diligent. When Slender Waist Dance asked this, everyone was silent. Little Dance's words do make sense. Is there anyone who thinks that we should do this? Raise your hand. July said. Slender Waist Dance saw that she wasn't too lonely. There were still people who agreed with her, even though there were only 2. When she saw that one of them was Gu Fei, she immediately mocked, you really don't have your own opinions. You're just following the crowd. Gu Fei broke down. This girl really couldn't distinguish between public and private matters. She took every opportunity to vent her anger. At this moment, he was too lazy to pay attention to her. Instead, he looked towards the other supporter. With one glance, Gu Fei felt that this world was really unpredictable. The other supporter was fiercely. There were clearly 2 people who didn't get along with him, so why were they standing in the same line? Life was really gloomy. July saw that the number of people was clearly disproportionate, so she said, how about this, let's continue to introduce these guilds. Once we're done, we'll also introduce the big guilds. Gu Fei cried. If this went on, would there ever be an end to this meeting? As he thought about it, he inadvertently saw Slender Waist Dance's crumbling expression. Oh, it seemed that this woman's thoughts were exactly the same as his. What do you mean by creating a strong imaginary enemy? You just want to end this meeting as soon as possible. Chapter 139. Gu Fei leaned against the wall drowsily, but July was still talking non-stop. She was probably tired of talking too much. After all, guilds were more or less the same. By the time she got to the big guild, it had become, unhindered, a level 5 guild with 750 members. Guild leader, unsworn sword. Disdain, this was blatant disdain. Gu Fei thought that this group of girls were too lax in their handling of matters. They should have been introduced in a more serious manner. But this simple information was enough to make the girls sigh. In comparison, Reborn Amethyst, a level 2 guild, only had 54 members including the newcomer, Slender Waist Dance. It was obviously unrealistic to let these girls fight against 15 people on the battlefield. It seemed that the idea of an imaginary enemy wasn't logical for Reborn Amethyst. Gu Fei thought. Fortunately, the introduction of the guild ended here. Gu Fei let out a long sigh. But July also let out 2 long sighs and perked herself up. Now, let's talk about the mercenary group. Gu Fei raised his hand. 7. I don't need to listen to that, right? Before July could speak, Slender Waist Dance answered, why don't you listen? Aren't you a member of the guild? I have another mercenary group. Gu Fei patted his chest. For the first time, he felt proud of being a member of the child elite group. Slender Waist Dance said angrily, what's going on? Joining a guild but not joining a guild group, is this allowed? Boycott it. Hurry up and leave your group, come back and join a guild, then listen to big sisters report together. Gu Fei was also furious. This woman was too vicious. She clearly wanted to drag him down with her, and the two of them would die from mental torture. Fortunately, July was the judge. Alright, those who don't join the mercenary group don't need to listen. Half of the girls left, leaving Gu Fei with a smug look on his face. He was so angry that Slender Waist Dance stomped her feet. Xiao Wu, will you join the mercenary group? As one of the top 5, how could he not participate in this kind of activity? However, July still asked with an impartial attitude. Yes, of course I will. I'll teach that guy a lesson at the mercenary competition. Thin Waist Dance said. Don't you have a regiment? Someone asked curiously. Similarly, how could one of the top 5 not join a mercenary group? I have my own group. I'll disband it immediately. Slender Waist Dance replied. She then glared at Gu Fei and said, see you at the mercenary confrontation. Gu Fei laughed, that's a good suggestion. You won't have an excuse to lose levels then. Gu Fei nodded at her and left the reborn amethyst. I headed straight for the outskirts of the city to level up. However, leveling up for the past few days had not been peaceful at all. As expected, Yutian Xinming was already yelling for help after only a short while. Where? Gu Fei asked dejectedly. Little Ray's bar. Yutian Xinming reported. After helping out for the past few days, Gu Fei had fought the most fights in the tavern. Most of the wild guys Yutian Xinming just had to sneakily snipe and shoot a few arrows to finish them off. There? Is there anyone in the private room? Call him out and help. Gongzi is here. He's useless. Yutian Xinming said. I'll be there soon. Gu Fei gloomily returned to the city. Outside Little Ray's bar, there was no sign of Yutian Xinming. Where is he? The message asked. In the room. Yutian Xinming said. In the past, Yutian Xinming would wait outside the tavern. If the other party was about to leave, he would find a chance to ambush them. That way, he wouldn't have to bother Gu Fei. What was going on today? Gu Fei muttered as he entered Little Ray's bar. After entering, he glanced around and almost exploded with anger. No wonder Yutian Xinming wasn't standing guard at the door today. At this time, he was drinking and chatting merrily with 2 girls. The 2 girls were Luoluo and Slender Waist Dance. Earlier, when they were changing the topic, Slender Waist Dance did mention that she wanted Luoluo to bring her to Little Ray's bar. Gu Fei held back his anger and walked over. 1 meter away from the table, the 2 girls had already seen Gu Fei, but Yutian Xinming hadn't noticed him at all. Gu Fei was infuriated and grabbed him. Which one? Ah, he's here. This is nonsense. How could I not know him? Gu Fei snapped. Humph. Slender Waist Dance turned her head. Gu Fei also glanced at her contemptuously and continued to ask Yutian Xinming, which one? Don't rush. Let me see. Yutian Xinming stretched his neck and looked around the tavern. After hanging out with the beauties for a while, he didn't know where the target was. Gu Fei had already made up his mind. If the target wasn't in the tavern, he would immediately hack Yutian Xinming to death. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Yutian Shinming pointed at a table for 6 and said, "The thief at that table." Little Ray. Gu Fei shouted as he threw a gold coin over. Ah! Some regulars had been paying attention to Gu Fei since he entered the tavern. When they saw this, they immediately realized what was going to happen and cried out in alarm. Sure enough, this cry was like a starting gun. Gu Fei shot out like an arrow and shouted, "Wanted quest." He rushed up and flipped the table over with a kick. Gu Fei wasn't in a good mood, so his attitude was much more aggressive. The faces of everyone at the table changed. Gu Fei's sword had already reached the thief's body. Shoot! When Gu Fei shouted, Yutian Shinming had already shot. The tracking arrow whizzed through the narrow gaps in the room like a go-kart. In the blink of an eye, it was already nailed to the thief's head. The thief flashed with white light and disappeared. Gu Fei and Yutian Shinming had already used this technique several times. As two experts with great knowledge, it could be said to be flawless. The remaining 5 opened their mouths and didn't react for a moment. Gu Fei was already threatening them, "It's fine. Let's go. If you die, you'll lose a level." For some of the more courageous players, losing a level was a small matter, but losing face was more important. Now that everyone in the tavern was watching, how could they be scared off with just one sentence? Even if they were pretending, they still had to fight. Didn't they see the 2 beauties over there? The 5 of them had the same thought and were about to attack. Then I won't be polite. Gu Fei was still threatening them when he felt a gust of wind pass by him. Then, he saw a figure appear in the enemy's formation. With a slash to the left and a slash to the right, 2 of the 5 opponents were already taken care of. Then, the figure nimbly circled around and flashed behind one person. With a backstab, he killed another person. Then, he stabbed another to the side and killed the 4th person. Then, he nimbly circled around again. The dagger in his hand disappeared and was replaced with a wooden stick. He waved his hands and used sap on the back of the 5th person's head. "Are you a man? Why are you so noisy in a fight?" Slender Waist Dance looked at Gu Fei in disdain. Then, she changed to a dagger and killed the 5th person. On the other side, Yutian Shinming was already cheering, "Beautiful." As expected of the 5 roaches. Motherfucker. Gu Fei cursed in his heart. They really are the 5 roaches. They even have the same problem. Stealing my business. Humph. Slender Waist Dance snorted at Gu Fei and returned to her seat as if there was no one else around. Only Yutian Shinming's praises could be heard in the tavern. The other players were stunned for a while. Then, they suddenly started discussing. "The 5 roaches. Did you hear that? Slender Waist Dance, it's Slender Waist Dance." The men shouted with extremely perverted eyes. "What are you shouting for? Have you never seen a beauty before?" Slender Waist Dance turned her head and glared at them. Everyone shut up. Although she was a woman, she was one of the 5 roaches. Moreover, everyone saw how she killed with their own eyes. Slender Waist Dance came to Cloud City. Everyone whispered and quickly spread the news throughout the city. On the other side, Yutian Shinming was still praising Slender Waist Dance's attack. It was undeniable that although this damn kid was perverted when he saw a beauty, his eyes were not blind. Slender Waist Dance killed 5 people in an instant. It was even more shocking than when she was drifting. First of all, Gu Fei knew that she added all her points into agility. Even so, she could still kill people in an instant. One could imagine how terrifying the damage of her equipment was. In addition, her attacks were not blind at all. This could be seen from the order of her attacks. Normal attacks instantly killed the 2 mages with the lowest health. Backstab instantly killed the warrior. Assassinate instantly killed the priest. Then, she used sap on the paladin. What was even more terrifying was that this woman's reaction speed was amazing. She didn't even stop when she killed people. She completed a series of attacks with the speed of sprinting. Gu Fei had seen sprinting to the front and stabbing people before. However, this was the first time he had seen her sprinting and killing people in an instant. This woman was very strong. Gu Fei could already be sure. This kind of reaction speed alone was a talent that normal people didn't have. Moreover, her gaming skills were not below top players like Sword Demon and the others. In addition, she spent money to buy exquisite equipment that normal people didn't have. Abnormal was a description of this kind of person. Not bad. Gu Fei couldn't help but praise her from a realistic point of view. Are you afraid? Slender Waist Dance said. I'm not afraid of anything in PK. I'm only afraid of one thing. Gu Fei said. What? I'm afraid that the opponent is weak. Gu Fei waved his hand. TCH. Yutian Shinming looked at him with disdain. Go do your mission. Gu Fei kicked him. Yutian Shinming looked at the two beauties. After an internal struggle, he left with hatred. In the end, not even 2 seconds after leaving the door, he suddenly flashed back. Gu Fei thought that someone came to take revenge on him. However, he saw Yutian Shinming rush back and walk straight towards Gu Fei. He excitedly whispered to him, "There's another beauty outside." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the tavern was pushed open. "Hi, little Tian." Gu Fei greeted the person who came in. "Oh, you violent guy. You're here too." Shi Xiaotian said. Yutian Shinming was dumbfounded. Is there a woman in Cloud City that you don't know? TSK, men. Slender Waist Dance finally found the opportunity to taunt Gu Fei. Chapter 140. Yutian Shinming usually had the problem of not being able to move his legs when he saw a girl, let alone when he saw a top-notch beauty like Shi Xiaotian. In an instant, Yutian Shinming's legs became as soft as noodles. He took advantage of the situation and sat back down on the bench. "You're not doing the mission anymore?" Gu Fei asked him. No rush, Yutian Shinming said calmly, "I'm not far from it. There are still 2 days left, so there's plenty of time." "What mission?" the girls asked curiously. "Wanted mission. After completing 100 times in a row, you'll be rewarded with a decent pair of shoes." "Qianli, take off your shoes and let's take a look," Yutian Shinming said. Gu Fei was furious. Whenever there were girls around, Yutian Shinming would pretend to be like a garlic. The wind chaser boots that made him salivate the moment he saw them had now become decent, and he even ordered him to take off his shoes. But Gu Fei also knew that if he made Yutian Shinming unable to raise his head in front of the girls, it would be worse than letting him die. He could only swallow his anger and follow his orders to take off his shoes for everyone to see. "Are you selling it?" This was the first thing Slender Waist Dance said after seeing it. Gu Fei looked at her and slowly put on his shoes, using his actions to answer her. Slender Waist Dance turned her head. "It's just a little better than mine." She took off her shoes for everyone to see. Swift Cloud Boots, movement plus 58, movement speed increased by 35%. TSK, it's not good. It's 2 points lower than mine. Gu Fei said in a serious tone. In reality, everyone knew that 2 points of movement was completely negligible, but because of the bickering between the two, a mere 2 points of movement had become a perfect suppression. Of course, Slender Waist Dance couldn't take this lying down. She pushed her Swift Cloud Boots. "How about you sell it to me at the market price? When you're done, I'll give you this pair." Rare items like the Wind Chaser boots did not have a market price, so naturally, Gu Fei had to ask for a high price. Moreover, Slim Waist Dance also promised to give him the Wind Chaser boots directly, which was equivalent to spending 1 day's worth of money to buy 2 movement speed points. This proved that she was definitely the most powerful money warrior in history. This business was like a pie falling from the sky. Even Gu Fei, who had no desire for money, was tempted. However, if he agreed to it, it would mean that he would be defeated by Slim Waist Dance's money attack. He could not give her a chance to defeat him, not even at this level. As soon as Gu Fei thought of this, he immediately refused. Slim Waist Dance looked disappointed, but she didn't pester him anymore. Gu Fei could see that this girl was not so rich that she would burn her money just to get a 2-point shift. Her bickering with Gu Fei was even more serious than Gu Fei's feelings towards her. She was indignant that her shoes were not as good as Gu Fei's, which was why she was willing to be a sucker to win this 2-point shift battle. Unfortunately, he failed. Sigh. Why was he getting angry over such a small matter? He was really childish. As Gu Fei thought about it, he was about to agree to it when Yutian Shinming beat him to it. I can get this pair of shoes from my quest soon. I'll sell it to you. Slim Waist Dance was overjoyed. You have to keep your word. Of course, of course. Yutian Shinming nodded furiously. Gu Fei actually didn't accept the pie falling from the sky, causing it to fall into his bowl. Yutian Shinming reckoned that he would be so excited that he wouldn't be able to sleep today. Gu Fei let out a long sigh. The money attack was too scary. Look, an innocent young man had been corrupted just like that. To prevent any accidents from happening, Yutian Shinming actually abandoned the beauty and stood up. Then I'll hurry to the quest. Don't ask for my help. Seeing that he was too proud, Gu Fei felt that he had to wake him up. Yutian Shinming was shocked. Big brother, don't be like this. That's the right attitude. Just as Gu Fei was feeling satisfied, Slim Waist Dance suddenly jumped out. What do you need him for? I'll help you. Yutian Shinming was extremely excited. Which god was blessing him today? Not only did he get a big deal, but he also got the dreamlike treatment of working together with a beauty for a quest. He already had money and beauties, what else was there to pursue in life? Yutian Shinming waved his hand at Gu Fei. Alright, go do what you need to do. With that, he left with Slim Waist Dance. Before Slim Waist Dance left, she deliberately turned around and gave Gu Fei a provocative look. What happened? Shi Xiaotian was a bit confused. This girl is picking a fight with Qianli. Luo laughed. Why? Shi Xiaotian asked. Qianli pushed her down, Luo said. Shi Xiaotian was quite surprised. That's too explosive. No. Gu Fei argued, she sneak attacked me, and then I pushed her down. Yes. Then she pressed her down on the ground and didn't let her get up, Luo said. That was self-defense, Gu Fei said. I don't know about that. Luo enjoyed Gu Fei's embarrassment. Shi Xiaotian's eyes were already wide open. By the way, why did she sneak attack me? Gu Fei suddenly asked. I have something to do, so I'll go first. You two talk. Luo got up and was about to go out. Stop right there, did you instigate her? Gu Fei chased after her. The two of them went out one after the other. Shi Xiaotian was left alone in his seat, and he was even more confused. What's going on? Why did you invite me here? The weekend passed by quickly. Monday night at 7 o'clock, the competition was about to begin. Because many players had the dual identity of mercenaries and guild members, the mercenary competition and the guild competition were held separately. On Monday night, the first event was the mercenary tournament. The 6 members of the child elite group were gathered at Little Ray's bar for the final battle meeting. The competition rules have been fully released, brother, you said. There is one thing worth paying attention to. Based on the total number of participants, a map of the appropriate size will be chosen from the 12 competition maps. In other words, the map is fixed. Therefore, studying the map should increase our chances of winning. Also, Brother Yu continued, the usage limit for rogue stealth has also been released. In the competition, the stealth skill's time limit is set to only 30 seconds, and the cooldown is 3 minutes. It's impossible to rely on this to play hide and seek. Let others worry about this kind of thing. Our goal is a complete victory, Han family young master said. Let's keep a low profile. We only have 6 people. Do you think it makes sense to face 100 people from a big guild? Brother Yu said. With my strategy and tactics, this won't be a problem, ha 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 ha. Han family young master laughed, then looked at the time, there's still half an hour left. Is everyone ready? No one had time to answer. Suddenly, the door curtain of the private room was rolled up, and a person rushed in like the wind. A right foot suddenly stepped on the table, pointing at his right foot and said, Look, what's this? Little Ray, what's going on? Han family young master looked at Little Ray who was still lifting the door curtain. Xiaolei shrugged his shoulders. There's nothing we can do about it. The fee she offered to open her mouth is much higher than the fee you offered to close it. Who are you looking for? Han family young master asked with a frown. Slender Waist Dance's foot was in front of Gu Fei, but Gu Fei kept his head down and didn't respond. Slender Waist Dance pushed him, Hey, are you playing dead? Gu Fei's body swayed, then he straightened up, Is the meeting over? Han family young master was furious, You fell asleep again. Recently you always fall asleep in the meetings. Gu Fei made a bitter face, Recently I've been listening to you guys talk about rules and things to pay attention to. It's too tiring. Ah. Yeah, I can't stand it anymore. Slender Waist Dance agreed. Gu Fei then noticed that someone had stepped on the table in front of him. He turned his head and looked, What are you doing? What are you doing here? Look, my shoes. Slender Waist Dance pointed at the shoes and said to Gu Fei. I know, Yutian already told me, Gu Fei said. Looking at Yutian Shinming, Han family young master's face darkened even more. Brother Yu pushed Yutian Shinming, Yutian, stop sleeping. Ah. Is the meeting over? Yutian Shinming straightened up, his reaction was exactly the same as Gu Fei's. Are you all fucking sleeping? Han family young master roared. Sleeping? Who's sleeping? I'm not sleeping. Unscathed in battle hurriedly said. Suddenly, his gaze froze and he stood up abruptly, Beauty, what's your name? He had just seen Slender Waist Dance, who would believe him if he said he wasn't sleeping. Brother Yu looked around and counted the number of people, That's not right, where's Sword Demon? Including Slender Waist Dance, there were only 6 people in the room. He's here, I remember. Brother Yu said. And, he was sitting beside me just now, when did he go out? Yutian Shinming said as he patted the empty seat beside him. Ah! Yutian Shinming screamed. Then, a figure slowly appeared on the seat. Sword Demon calmly said, I'm here. Sleeping in stealth. Too cunning. The other 3 people who were almost killed by Han family young master's glare all criticized him. Actually, no one could be sure if he was asleep or not while he was in stealth, but Sword Ghost was a daring person. Since everyone had already guessed it, he didn't bother to explain himself. He simply asked, Is the meeting over? Han family young master almost crushed the wine glass in his hand, while Brother Yu smiled helplessly. Is this your mercenary group? Slender Waist Dance asked Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded. It's a mess. You should come back to our mercenary group. Although she had always been unhappy with Gu Fei, the fact that she had this kind of attitude meant that in Slender Waist Dance's eyes, Gu Fei was still considered a talent. It was very obvious that apart from Gu Fei, the 6 people in the mercenary group were all treated as a motley crew. And the reactions of the 5 masters were worth pondering. Brother Yu only smiled and didn't say a word. With Yutian Shinming's personality, he would definitely jump up and shout at this time, but the problem was that this was a beautiful woman, so he pretended to be deep. Unscathed in battle also had a face full of tolerance, and his starting point was the same as Yutian Shinming. Sword Demon carefully looked at Slender Waist Dance and didn't say a word. Han family young master put away the anger on his face and asked with a smile, "Beautiful, how do I address you? Which mercenary group are you from?" Slender Waist Dance, Amethyst Mercenary Group. Slender Waist Dance replied. "Oh, then see you at the competition," Han family young master said. "Oh." Slender Waist Dance suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. She wanted to persuade Gu Fei again, but in the end, she couldn't open her mouth and left after responding. Butterfly Knot, the competition is about to begin. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.